Okay. Here we are. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second annual TedxYouth at AbbeyParkHS conference. My name is Mia Takahashi, and I'm the president for this year's council. Here we are. Good morning, everyone.
Hi, everyone. I'm Aiden Rohache, and I am one of the co-vice presidents of TEDx at Abbey Park this year.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alicia Ahmed, and I'm the other co-vice president for TedxYouth at AbbeyParkHS this year.
Before we begin, we would like to first acknowledge the land that we are on. Halton, as we know it today, is rich in history and modern traditions of many First Nations and the Métis. From the Anishinaabe to the Ottawandaron, the Haudenosaunee, and the Métis, these lands surrounding the Great Lakes are steeped in Indigenous history. As we gather today on these treaty lands, we have the responsibility to honor and respect the four directions: land, waters, plants, animals, ancestors that walk before us, and all the wonderful elements of creation that exist. We would like to acknowledge and thank the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation for sharing their traditional territory with us today.
People gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
So the theme for today's conference is Solutions for the 21st Century. In today's world that is evolving and changing, we are constantly running into new issues that require modern solutions. Today, you will hear from a variety of students on what they believe is the solution for the hosts of problems we face today. 3 of our speakers will also receive scholarships for sharing their bright ideas. We want to thank our generous sponsors, the Optimist Club, who will also be our judging panel for today, Spirit of Math, and the Halton region. We would also like to take the time to thank Abbey Park High School and the staff for supporting this conference every step of the way.
Please welcome Ms. Gabriella from the Halton region to provide a few words on their behalf.
Good morning. It was a pleasure to work alongside and pleased to support such an amazing future-ready Halton youth that will present today during TEDx conference. My name is Gabriela Kovac, co-chair at Halton E-commerce Strategy, and we wish to thank our event sponsor, including Halton Region Social and Community Service Department, also
Please
partners.
welcome Ms. Gabriela from the Halton region to provide a few words on their behalf.
Good morning. It was a pleasure to work alongside and pleased to support such an amazing future-ready Halton youth that will present today during TEDx conference. My name is Gabriela Kovac, co-chair at Halton E-commerce Strategy, and we wish to thank our.
If you want, you can mute the live stream. There. Thank you for such amazing words. Up next, we would like to play a video from local politician Adam Van Couverden.
To send a quick note to say good luck at the TEDx. Hey, Abbey Park, Adam Van Couverden here. I'm the Member of Parliament from Milton. And I just wanted to send a quick note to say good luck at the TedxYouth. I've done a couple of TEDx talks and I know they can be a little bit nerve-wracking. So I just want to let you know, you guys know your speeches. You're courageous for putting yourself out there and standing up and talking about your ideas. If you're in the audience today, then make sure that you're listening actively, taking a little bit of notes if you want to bring some of that insight and perspective home. But I did want to say you're being brave today. Way to stand up. It takes a lot to stand up and share your ideas with other people, but it's really important that we do. So thank you very much for participating. Thank you for getting up and speaking, and good luck, Abbey Park. We'll see you soon.
All right, before you go, Gabriela, was there anything else you'd like to say? Okay, well, thank you for joining us today and have a good day.
And thank you, MP Adam Van Couverden, for those insightful and inspiring words.
Just before we get fully started, in the description box below in the YouTube stream, you will find a link to a feedback form for this event. We would appreciate it if you took the time to leave some comments on what you thought about our event, so we can ensure that our event is continuing to improve and able to run smoothly for years to come. By entering your information and filling out the form, you'll be automatically entered to win a $50 gift card. The form will close at the end of the event at 4 p.m. There is also a question asking for your nomination for the People's Choice Award for Favorite Speaker.
Without further ado, let's begin.
Our first speaker of the day will be Kusha Shirani. Kusha will be discussing the importance of youth engagement in global community success. Please give him a warm welcome.
I want to start my talk by telling you a story. My story is about how walking to school taught me an early lesson about the importance of engagement in the community. When I was pretty young, I was lucky enough to be able to walk to school with my parents every day. Our path to school would go through nature with beautiful trails, many beautiful trees, and different creatures. Every day, we would play a game on our way to school. We would try to find something new, a new unique sound, a new insect or animal we hadn't seen before, a different shaped leaf, or a flower with a different color. I would listen to the not so silent sounds of the forest. I would hear the birds chirping and watch squirrels hop from tree to tree. I'd see the little chipmunks and squirrels chewing on nuts, and I'd watch the turtles resting underneath the bridge. Some days, if I was ready early, we even had enough time for me to feed the ducks in the local pond. My walks through nature made me feel a greater appreciation for the world around me. The sound of wind, birds, babbling brooks, leaves, and crackling twigs. However, it also made me quite observant. Day by day, I started noticing other things in the trails. Plastic bags stuck in between the branches of the trees, wrappers floating on the pond where I would feed the ducks, and plastic bottles scattered across our path to school. Every day before going to school, I would secretly hope that when I walked to school that morning, this time the trail would be clean. What if someone had cleaned it up yesterday, or the trash got blown away somewhere else? But sadly, no, it didn't happen. The garbage was sitting there day after day after day. Eventually, I came to realize that if I wanted the trail to be clean, I needed to act myself instead of waiting for someone else. With the help of my parents, I adopted the trail and I became a trail ambassador. Now I was responsible to keep the trail clean for others. I figured out from that really young age that I needed to put on my can-do attitude and make the change, hoping for a butterfly effect on others. We have to always remember, change stems from ourselves. You can't rely on the universe to help you accomplish your goals. You have to go out there and do it yourself, push your boundaries, and do what needs to be done. Barack Obama says, change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. Today's reality is that young people face multiple challenges and barriers to grow and develop in their community. Racism, inequality in education, unemployment, poverty, poor health, and drug abuse, to name a few. How can we help one another not only survive, but thrive in the 21st century? People have looked long and hard for this answer when it's been right in front of our eyes. Youth. Young people are the future. They're the force of nature, smart, creative, full of potential and energy, and most importantly, they are capable of change. According to UNICEF today, there are 1.8 billion people between the ages of 10 and 24 in the world. It is one of the largest cohorts of this age group in human history. Youth and children together account for nearly 40% of the world's population. So we need to use the brilliant minds of youth to our advantage. We need to use them as leaders, planners, partners, and a force of progress in this world. So, what's even youth engagement? For me, youth engagement paints a picture of a community where youth are empowered to be valuable partners. Youth would give their ideas and opinions, plan, make decisions, and would be involved in responsible, challenging actions to create positive social change that affects not only them, but society as a whole. After all, we hold our shared future in our own hands. We can all spark the beginning, be the little nudge in the right direction that can involve friends one by one, then a school, then a community, and then the world. Now, more time than any, our world needs a spark. Yes, we do live in an individualistic society, but we live together. So we have a shared responsibility in combating all the issues that affect us. After all, we have to be involved in developing a roadmap that creates a world for youth made by youth. This roadmap will grow and change as we grow to incorporate our voices and our ideas, so it's always suitable for our needs. Imagine what we could create if we all work together, building off one another's ideas. We could create better ways to communicate, new medicine, breakthrough inventions and discoveries in space. We could combat climate change. Maybe we could even create peace in the world. However, this opportunity is not at our disposal. We have to make it happen ourselves. So why do we even need to be involved and engaged in our community? How do we benefit from engagement? First of all, when we do something meaningful in our community, this increases our self-esteem and it can improve our overall mental well-being. It also broadens our connections and strengthens our social network. When we try to solve issues, we all use our critical thinking skills as well as our leadership skills. And lastly, according to Crooks, a study, and many similar research in the field written in 2010, empowering youth to be engaged in the community would reduce the use of drugs and alcohol, improve their academic performance, and make them less likely to drop out of high school and less likely to be involved in criminal behavior. Now, we know that there are a lot of benefits for youth engagement, but we need adults to buy into this idea of youth engagement because we have to use them as our allies to develop a partnership so we can both contribute, teach, and learn from each other. And sometimes adults even need training to be able to work with youth. We need to remind adults that for any youth engagement plan or movement to be successful, number one, youth need to be involved in design and decision making from the beginning. We are more likely to come to these types of events if we run them. The most in-tune adult cannot fully understand youth needs as well as young people themselves. A good example of this is how we started Connect at Abbey Park High School. Connect is a youth engagement initiative that promotes mental and emotional well-being during the pandemic. During the initial phase of this lockdown in summer or fall, I came up with the idea. I had the vision and I knew exactly what my mission was. However, I needed to be directed in the right path. That's when so many adults stepped in to assist me. My community mentors directed me to training workshops to learn the appropriate skills to be able to implement the idea. I was also connected to inspiring speakers for virtual events, and a few of my friends graciously agreed to come on board and help with the project. The school principal and our teacher advisor allowed us to design the initiative while being there to support it in every step. This is an example of how an idea came to life with partnership with adults to benefit the school community by raising awareness about a topic, but it also helped me and my friends tremendously grow personally, make valuable connections with mentors and professionals in the community. So, number two, for any idea to succeed, there has to be a clear purpose and implementation plan with necessary resources. It's essential that young people and their ideas are valued, empowered, and young people themselves are afforded an opportunity to contribute in meaningful ways in the community. I'll provide you with another example. Almost 6 years ago, I had heard on TV that McMaster's Children's Hospital needed funding for research in the area of children's cancer, and I decided I was going to help. I was good at drawing and making comics back then, so I decided to make my own comic book and sell it to my classmates to raise funds to help this cause. This is actually the comic book that I made, and I went with the idea to a few friends and got them on board. Then we went to the teacher and shared our amazing idea with her. That movement became much larger than I had imagined, and we were able to raise $2,000 that year. The idea was great, but we needed mentorship, help with the design, implementation, and delivery. And here's my 9-year-old self reflecting on that experience. 3 things I learned through this experience are to help kids a lot, to be patient, and to collaborate. The second thing I learned was to use teamwork to get it done. And the last thing I learned was to never give up. Say we needed to finish in 10 seconds, we would never give up. Fast forward 6 years later, this picture is about a recent neighborhood food drive. This time I was more equipped to plan, implement, and organize the drive, having previous experiences. Though I still required support, but got better at delivering the idea. I was even able to convince my little sister to help. And here's that butterfly effect I was talking about. A few amazing kids from my community were inspired and decided to have their own holiday food drive. Lastly, for any youth engagement to be successful, the environment has to be inclusive, so it recruits young people of different genders and ethnicities, those with disabilities and those with disadvantaged backgrounds. We have to create a safe space where everyone can share their ideas and opinions. By becoming engaged, we can develop the skills required to be influential leaders and problem solvers for the future. We can shape our community and strengthen its capability to be the place where we can be empowered and thrive. I would like to finish my talk with 2 messages, one for adults who are listening and one for youth. My message to youth is a quote from Mahatma Gandhi. We mirror the world. If we could change ourselves, the preferences in the world would also change. As a man changes his nature, so does the attitude of the world change towards him. We need not wait to see what others do. And I want to remind the adults who are listening, if I feel needed, I will devote myself. If I feel wanted, I will step in. If I feel heard, I will express myself. If I have room to spread out, I will spread my wings and occupy the space. Thank you for listening.
Amazing words, Kusha. Up next, we would like to bring in Edson Takai. Edson will be connecting his personal experiences and research to real-world issues. Ed will speak on how crucial the scientific method is and steps taken to tackle problems challenging humanity, and how it must be used to develop critical thinking skills in the classroom.
A few years ago, I joined a program in my school in Brazil that focused on encouraging students to use scientific thinking to conduct their own research projects. And I have to say that I was really impressed and quite intimidated by the projects I saw. In the first week of the program, I remember saying to myself, there is no way I can be as good as these people because I'm not a scientist, or so I thought at the time. But it turns out I was wrong. And even though I later decided I'd like to continue in the sciences in the future, numerous people I knew from the program ended up in careers and post-secondary programs not even related to this field. It was then when I realized how important and versatile scientific thinking can be, not only to researchers, but each and every one of us. This is what inspired me to do this TED Talk here today. We live in a world where things can change in the blink of an eye. With the students being bombarded with knowledge every single day and fake news and disinformation on the rise, it can be quite difficult for students to properly identify reliable sources of information and apply the knowledge they learn in school to real-life situations. A study led by researchers at Mackay University in 2020 on the impact of fake news during the COVID-19 pandemic has shown that there's a strong association between social media exposure and misperceptions about COVID-19 in Canada, which contributes to the reduction in social distancing compliance. Now, we all learn about how viruses can spread in school. However, as we were able to tell from the study, misinformation is able to easily skew one's perception of the gravity of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is a huge problem in the times we're living in today. But let me say that there's hope. We can still improve the way we tackle problems in our daily lives with the use of scientific thinking, a process of thinking for yourself that leads you to find reliable answers about the natural world. Now, you may be thinking that this is solely limited to science. But if you consider yourself a critical thinker, you already follow a similar process of asking questions and looking for answers based on empirical evidence or logical reasoning. However, the main problem as illustrated by the study is that in our modern society, people consider everything they hear or read to be true, not making use of their critical thinking skills. This exemplifies how a lack of critical thinking is becoming one of the greatest problems of the 21st century. So my question for you today is, how do we ensure that we are practicing scientific and critical thinking? And the answer is by using the scientific method to solve problems we encounter daily. For a little review, the scientific method is a process usually applied in research to acquire knowledge based on evidence, empirical data, and theoretical framework, and it can be used under the context of critical and scientific thinking. Now, there are many variations of the so-called scientific method, but it usually involves the following steps: asking a question, doing background research on the topic you like to study, constructing a hypothesis, testing your hypothesis with some kind of experiment or procedure, analyzing your results, and drawing your conclusion. You can always go back to your hypothesis as well in case that was refuted. And so you can test and do new experiments as well to further understand the phenomenon in question. Now, you probably saw something similar in elementary school, and it seems quite basic. In this case, only 6 steps which could be easily followed. But in fact, it is more complex. And as mentioned before, it falls under this intellectually disciplined process called scientific thinking, which ensures that we can apply this type of method for way more than just your science fair project. I was introduced to research at a very young age, and I've been studying the disease multiple sclerosis for the past 4 years. Using the scientific method when practicing scientific and critical thinking has become a part of my life. By applying any variation of this scientific method, we're able to exercise critical and scientific thinking, which enables us to question and identify whether or not a source of information is reliable based on its characteristics. And it also helps us think about how to tackle complex problems by organizing our thinking process. I'm going to give an example that is close to home. Let's take a look at one application of the scientific method with my latest project entitled Machine Learning for the Identification of Patterns in Epidemiologic Data on Multiple Sclerosis. In this project, I was curious to see if I could find any patterns in the data from this worldwide study called the Atlas of MS and the income classification of the countries that provided data to this atlas. So I formulated a question. What type of relationship exists between the income classification of a country and the respective data provided on the Atlas of MS? Then I did some background research on the atlas to formulate a hypothesis. Well, because high-income countries are probably more likely to provide more accurate data for the atlas compared to low-income countries, there might be a significant difference in the data provided by countries from those two income classifications. To test my hypothesis, I did an experiment where I tested a machine learning algorithms in 3 different data sets that were created with the data from the Atlas of MS to analyze if the difference between data was in fact significant enough that it could be used for the proper classification of a country in their income category. After analyzing my results, however, I've noticed that the amount of samples I was using was probably insufficient for this type of study, which made me conclude that due to the limited amount of samples, more analysis should be conducted with a larger and better balanced data set to properly test my hypothesis. As you were able to see, by applying the scientific method in my project, a problem that may have seemed quite complex at first seems much easier for a high school student like me to understand and to tackle. The same approach that helps us practice scientific thinking can be applied outside research as well, for you to improve your critical thinking skills. Let's get, for example, statements and problems we come across on a daily basis, such as looking at the statement that vaccinations can cause autism. If you follow the scientific method, you'll do the following. Ask a question: can vaccinations induce the development of ASD? Do some preliminary background research on the topics of vaccinations and ASD. Study your hypothesis, which could vary depending on the person and also the current knowledge they have on the topic. Conduct your analysis, in this case, a comparison of studies currently published in major scientific journals. And finally, analyze the results. By doing so, one can easily find the answer. No links have been found between any vaccine ingredients and ASD until now, which was also published by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention after a thorough review of the literature. By following the scientific method and questioning the statement that was presented to us, we just allowed ourselves to make an informed opinion about the safety of vaccines, practicing critical thinking and basing our opinion on reliable sources of information. In this case, using the scientific method not only helps one conduct the research, but also ensures that everyone can critically analyze the news they see daily to get accurate information on a topic. But more than discerning from reliable and unreliable sources of information, as mentioned before, scientific and critical thinking also entail that one is capable of using the information they gather to answer their own questions and find solutions to their problems themselves. Which means that applying the scientific method to problem solving must have other benefits as well. In the summer of 2020, I got the opportunity to write a literature review manuscript on nanoparticles as a potential approach for the treatment and diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. And let me say, first of all, that I'm not in any way an expert on the disease, nor in the study of nanoparticles. But what I can say for sure is that by applying the scientific method to conduct my study, I was able to precisely select what I needed to learn to write my manuscript in the time I had. With a purpose in mind, discuss the results of previous studies and future implications of nanoparticles to help treat and diagnose multiple sclerosis, I separated my analysis into the following sections. Part 1, on nanoparticles for the treatment and diagnosis of multiple sclerosis, which involves collecting data on the methods and results of different studies using nanoparticles, as you can see in this table. And Part 2, on the cytotoxicity of the same types of nanoparticles analyzed in Part 1. With a clear purpose in mind and some preliminary background research on the topic, I was able to conduct my analysis in an organized and effective manner, practicing scientific thinking by properly selecting what I needed to learn and expanding from what I knew already. A similar approach can be applied to things beyond literature reviews. Here's an example that is more common to a lot of people and that happened to me as well. When I found out I was moving to Canada from my home country of Brazil, I knew that I needed to start studying English right away since I've been moving a few months. Now, I had taken English classes in Brazil, but I knew that what I had learned was not going to be sufficient to start my life in Canada. And for that reason, it was clear that I needed to expand on the knowledge I get in the classroom to achieve my goal in the time I had. So by identifying my question, what's the best way to improve my listening skills in English? And by doing some background research on what others have done, I decided to go with watching videos from native speakers, as I thought that would be the best way to achieve my goal in the time I had. This is a perfect example of how the many aspects of the scientific method can be used to guide one's learning that is expanded from previous knowledge and ensure that one can find answers for their questions by practicing scientific and critical thinking. So, as we can see, that same scientific method that may at first seem to be only applicable to research can be used for a variety of purposes, enabling us to think critically about the world. Its daily applications range from critically analyzing statements we see daily to enabling us to expand from the knowledge we get in the classroom to fit our current goals based on reliable sources of information. Now, I know that I was only able to show a few applications of the scientific method in the time we had today. So I'd ask you to take some time out of the rest of your day to think about another problem you're currently facing. Maybe the problem is choosing the university you'd like to go to, or even a financial problem. Break it up into parts using the scientific method and watch as your seemingly unsolvable problem suddenly becomes solvable. This is a solution for the 21st century, and it starts with each and every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Edson, for such an interesting and really amazing talk. Up next, we would like to show you a video. This TEDx video is of psychologist Sean Anker as he discusses a change in mindset in the approach to our idea of success and how happiness might just be the key to achieving it. Take a look.
When I was 7 years old and my sister was just 5 years old, we were playing on top of a bunk bed. I was 2 years older than my sister at the time. I mean, I'm 2 years older than her now, but at the time that meant she had to do everything that I wanted to do, and I wanted to play war. So we were up on top of our bunk beds, and on one side of the bunk bed, I had put out all my G.I. Joe soldiers and weaponry, and on the other side were all my sister's Milos and ponies and ready for a cavalry charge. There are differing accounts of what actually happened that afternoon, but since my sister is not here with us today, let me tell you the true story. Which is my sister is a little bit on the clumsy side. And somehow, without any help or push from her older brother at all, suddenly Amy disappeared off the top of the bunk bed and landed with this crash on the floor. And I nervously peered over the side of the bed to see what had befallen my fallen sister and saw that she had landed painfully on her hands and knees on all fours on the ground. I was nervous because my parents had charged me with making sure that my sister and I played as safely and as quietly as possible. And seeing as how I had accidentally broken Amy's arm just 1 week before, heroically pushing her out of the way of an oncoming imaginary sniper bullet, for which I have yet to be thanked. I was trying as hard as I could. She didn't even see it coming. I was trying as hard as I could to be on my best behavior, and I saw my sister's face this wail of pain and suffering and surprise, threatening to erupt from her mouth and threatening to wake my parents from the long winter's nap for which they had settled. So I did the only thing my little frantic 7-year-old brain could think to do to avert this tragedy. If you have children, you've seen this hundreds of times before. I said, Amy, wait, don't cry, don't cry. Did you see how you landed? No human lands on all fours like that. Amy, I think this means you're a unicorn. Now that was cheating because there's nothing in the world my sister would want more than not to be Amy the hurt 5-year-old little sister, but Amy the special unicorn. Of course, this was an option that was open to her brain at no point in the past. And you could see on my poor, manipulated sister's face conflict as her little brain attempted to devote resources to feeling the pain and suffering and surprise she just experienced, or contemplating her newfound identity as a unicorn. And the latter won out. Instead of crying, instead of ceasing our play, instead of waking my parents with all the negative consequences that would have ensued for me, instead, a smile spread across her face, and she scrambled right back up onto the bunk bed with all the grace of a baby unicorn. With one broken leg. Well, we stumbled across
At this tender age of just 5 and 7, we had no idea at the time was something that was going to be at the vanguard of a scientific revolution occurring 2 decades later in the way that we look at the human brain. What we had stumbled across is something called positive psychology, which is the reason that I'm here today and the reason that I wake up every morning. When I first started talking about this research outside of academia, out with companies and schools, the very first thing they said to never do is to start your talk with a graph. The very first thing I wanted to do is start my talk with a graph. This graph looks boring, but this graph is the reason that I get excited and wake up every morning. And this graph doesn't even mean anything. It's fake data. What we found is if I got this data back sitting you here in the room, I would be thrilled because there's very clearly a trend that's going on there, and that means that I can get published, which is all that really matters. The fact that there's one weird red dot that's up above the curve, there's one weird in the room, you know who you are, I saw you earlier. That's no problem. That's no problem, as most of you know, because I can just delete that dot. I can delete that dot because that's clearly a measurement error. And we know that's a measurement error because it's messing up my data. So one of the very first things that we teach people in economics and statistics and business and psychology courses is how in a statistically valid way do we eliminate the weirdos? How do we eliminate the outliers? So that we can find the line of best fit, which is fantastic if I'm trying to find out how many Advil the average person should be taking. 2, but if I'm interested in potential, if I'm interested in your potential or for happiness or productivity or energy or creativity, what we're doing is we're creating the cult of the average with science. If I ask a question like how fast can a child learn how to read in a classroom, scientists change the answer to how fast does the average child learn how to read in that classroom? And then we tailor the class right towards the average. Now, if you fall below the average on this curve, then psychologists get thrilled because that means you're either depressed or you have a disorder or hopefully both. We're hoping for both because our business model is if you come into a therapy session with one problem, we want to make sure you leave knowing you have 10. So you'll keep coming back over and over again. We'll go back into your childhood if necessary, but eventually what we want to do is to make you normal again. But normal is merely average. And what I posit and what positive psychology posits is that if we study what is merely average, we will remain merely average. Then instead of deleting those positive outliers, what I intentionally do is come into a population like this one and says why. Why is it that some of you are so high above the curve in terms of your intellectual ability, athletic ability, musical ability, creativity, energy levels, your resiliency in the face of challenge, your sense of humor, whatever it is, instead of deleting you, what I want to do is study you. Because maybe we can glean information, not just how to move people up to the average, but how we can move the entire average up at our companies and schools worldwide. The reason this graph is important to me is when I turn on the news, it seems like the majority of the information is not positive. In fact, it's negative. Most of it's about murder, corruption, diseases, natural disasters. And very quickly, my brain starts to think that's the accurate ratio of negative to positive in the world. What that's doing is creating something called the medical school syndrome, which if you know people who have been to medical school during the first year of medical training, as you read through a list of all the symptoms and diseases that could happen, suddenly you realize you have all of them. I have a brother-in-law named Bobo, which is a whole nother story. Bobo married Amy the unicorn. Bobo called me on the phone from Yale Medical School. And Bobo said, Sean, I have leprosy. Which even at Yale is extraordinarily rare. But I had no idea how to console poor Bobo because he had just gotten over an entire week of menopause. See, what we're finding is not necessarily the reality that shapes us, but the lens to which your brain views the world that shapes your reality. And if we can change the lens, not only can we change your happiness, we can change every single educational and business outcome at the same time. When I applied to Harvard, I applied on a dare. I didn't expect to get in and my family had no money for college. When I got a military scholarship 2 weeks later, they allowed me to go. Suddenly something that wasn't even a possibility became a reality. When I went there, I assumed everyone else would see it as a privilege as well, that they'd be excited to be there. Even if you're in a classroom full of people smarter than you, you'd be happy just to be in that classroom, which is what I felt. But what I found there is while some people experienced that, when I graduated after my 4 years and then spent the next 8 years living in the dorms with the students, Harvard asked me to, wasn't that guy. But what happened, I was an officer at Harvard to counsel students through the difficult 4 years. And what I found in my research, my teaching is that these students, no matter how happy they were with the original success of getting into the school, 2 weeks later, their brains were focused not on the privilege of being there, nor on their philosophy or their physics. Their brain was focused on the competition, the workload, the hassles, the stresses, the complaints. When I first went in there, I walked into the freshman dining hall, which is where my friends from Waco, Texas, which is where I grew up. I know some of you have heard of it. When they come to visit me, they look around, they say, this freshman dining hall looks like something out of Hogwarts from the movie Harry Potter, which it does. This is Hogwarts from the movie Harry Potter, and that's Harvard. And when they see this, they say, Sean, why do you waste your time studying happiness at Harvard? Seriously, what does a Harvard student possibly have to be unhappy about? Embedded within that question is the key to understanding the science of happiness, because what that question assumes is that our external world is predictive of our happiness levels, when in reality, if I know everything about your external world, I can only predict 10% of your long-term happiness. 90% of your long-term happiness is predicted not by the external world, but by the way your brain processes the world. And if we change it, if we change our formula for happiness and success, what we can do is change the way that we can then affect reality. What we found is that only 25% of job successes are predicted by IQ. 75% of job successes are predicted by your optimism levels, your social support, and your ability to see stress as a challenge instead of as a threat. I talked to a boarding school in New England, probably the most prestigious boarding school, and they said, we already know that. So every year, instead of just teaching our students, we also have a wellness week, and we're so excited. Monday night, we have the world's leading expert coming in to speak about adolescent depression. Tuesday night is school violence and bullying. Wednesday night's eating disorders. Thursday night is illicit drug use. And Friday. I said that's most people's Friday nights. Which I'm glad you like, but they did not like that at all. Silence on the phone. And into the silence, I said, I'd be happy to speak at your school, but just, that's not a wellness week. That's a sickness week. What you've done is you've outlined all the negative things that can happen, but not talked about the positive. The absence of disease is not health. Here's how we get to health. We need to reverse the formula for happiness and success. In the past 3 years, I've traveled to 45 different countries, working with schools and companies in the midst of an economic downturn. And what I found is that most companies and schools follow a formula for success, which is this: if I work harder, I'll be more successful. And if I'm more successful, then I'll be happier. That undergirds most of our parenting styles, our managing styles, the way that we motivate our behavior.
Hello, everybody. We are so sorry for those technical difficulties. Now that our stream is back and working, we will continue on with our program. So please just give us a minute to sort everything out, and we promise we'll be back and running in just a minute.
Please welcome Suzanne Belima. Suzanne will be speaking about the field of innovation and ways in which the unique circumstances brought by the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated digital and other types of innovations.
Hi, everyone. Sorry about this technical difficulty. Hope you're all doing well, and thanks again for having me here today. As I'm certain, we've all seen the COVID situation unfold before our eyes, and more than 1 year later, here we still are. But aside from all the extra time we've gotten due to being bored, commuting, the lack of social activities, why is it that it took a pandemic for us to support local businesses? Why is it that it took a pandemic for digital tools like House Party to be created? Why is it that it took a pandemic for us to now consider hosting more inclusive events? As an example, last year I was able to attend a conference in the UK. Bonus, 0 travel costs. However, I also didn't have new Instagram pictures. You can't have it all. But as we've all seen, the response that came from individuals and within our communities was brought forward by new constraints. So efforts to support local businesses by creating directories of companies in our areas, drive-through medical facilities to reduce the risk of contamination, open source 3D files to help with the mass production of face shields. There's also a Brazilian company called Delilah Textile that created fabrics capable of destroying the outer layer of COVID. We also have the use of AI to predict COVID mutations and vaccine efficacy. And honestly, the opportunities are endless. Why did these amazing innovations emerge during the pandemic? As a professional in the field of innovation, one of the key ingredients to promote innovation is to have constraints. When you think about startups, for instance, they're constrained due to the lack of resources or lack of money. Constraints fuel creativity, and creativity merged with action fuels innovation. The constraints of COVID have forced us to reimagine what the world could look like. New ways to shop, to get educated, to work, just to name a few. The pandemic really did force us to open our minds to new concepts. Back in 2018, I studied a master's in innovation, and one of the courses was to design future scenarios. Most of the people I interact with think of innovation as creating the future, and that course was essentially just that. Based on trends, we would project ourselves in the future and try and map out different versions of the future. If you like science fiction, you'd probably like this course. And the trends are important because they give you a signal of what is likely to happen in the future. The idea, though, is to design for the best case scenario, but also problem solve for the worst case scenario in that hypothetical future. these futures are really like creating a map of what the future could look like. So you're looking at both what's realistic and unrealistic, as well as what's ideal and all the unwanted scenarios. And why am I telling you all this? I'm sure you're not here for a lecture this morning, but this is where things get interesting. So as I mentioned before, trends are important, and we were presented with over 100 trends to analyze as teams and choose the ones that we thought were most likely to happen in the future and design a future based on that. And my team and I chose to problem solve for a future in which there would be no fresh water. And with climate change and the growing population, that just made sense. Fast forward, we're in 2020. I sent an email to the professor that taught this course, just to check in and say hello. And as we exchanged, he asks me if I remember two of the trend cards that were presented back in 2018 in the masters. Can you guess what they were? Card number one was a card related to a trend, which is that there would be the discovery of a new SARS virus originating from bats and with the lungs as the preferred target for infection. Does that ring a bell? The second trend was related to climate change and how it would cause new epidemics. And it's funny that looking back in 2020, none of these seemed likely to occur. And none of us back in 2018 decided to tackle this. But had one of us looked into this, we might have been ahead of what 2020 was about to surprise us with. And the message I want to pass along with this story is that even crazy thoughts are worth pursuing. Something that looks very unlikely can potentially still happen. And even though none of us were prepared for the pandemic, we were all able to somehow bounce back, support the community members in need, move into virtual school, remote work, and all of that, I would say, rather smoothly. It resulted in Zoom birthday parties, and in my case, my parents became a lot more tech savvy, which is a bonus. And a lot of this was possible thanks to the technology that was available. Another big factor is that technology has been democratized. So just about anyone can tap into the tools and knowledge to create a new service or product out of any idea they have using technology. For example, in the company where I currently work, we launched an innovation challenge to look for COVID solutions which would support the communities. Anyone could apply. And what I think is fantastic is that one of the finalists was a high school robotics team in Ontario. And it's a global challenge, guys. And their solution was to create a do-it-yourself UV cube. And essentially the cube came in different components that could be self-assembled and basically used to disinfect surfaces and objects. And our company purchased a few units and sent them to various entities like grocery stores, nursing homes, hospital, etc. And we were able to positively impact over 6,000 people. So we're talking about a robotics team in high school. They probably haven't graduated yet, don't have a degree in hand, don't have work experience, and probably are not UV experts. But what matters is that they were able to make a difference. And I believe each and every one of you has the power to change the communities in which you live. You're full of bright ideas. Google is just a few fingertips away. So don't shy away from sharing your brilliant ideas with the world and turning them into a reality. So I'll take you back a little bit more before technology was so accessible. So my bachelor's was in biomedical engineering, which is essentially the design of prosthetics and any equipment you'd find in a medical facility. And I was always super excited to come up with innovative ideas, and they sadly often get shut down because there was a need to standardize engineering products. So picture creating your amazing state-of-the-art prosthetics customized to someone's physiology, and then you were told that the materials you chose were too expensive or to mass produce, or that the dimension is not standard. And standardization is important for most industrial production. So if you think about cars, in order to make them cheap, and produce them at mass, you have to make that production effective. But when it comes to the human body, personalization is very key because each of us are very different. And let me tell you a story related to that. I don't know if you've heard of the flaw of averages in the US Navy, but what it is that they essentially took a pool of soldiers, they measured different body part dimensions and found the average soldier. Based on these, they decided to design a cockpit, but then they started noticing a large number of accidents. And they would just say, it's a pilot error. But it got so bad that they needed to go more deeply and investigate the issue. And so to do that, they went back and took another pool of soldiers and now measured dimensions between the soldiers' body dimensions and critical things such as the distance between their arms and the steering wheel or their foot and the foot pedal. And what they realized is that none of the dimensions that they measured was effective for any of the soldiers that they picked. And so what that means is that even though they realized for the design for the average soldier, they really didn't design for anyone. And to fix that gap, they came up with solutions such as adjustable seats, which I'm pretty sure you all know is now a standard for all vehicles. As you can probably imagine, once those solutions were implemented, the pilot performance soared and you had less accidents. So this is another good example of why personalization can be very effective. So I want you to remember from this story or this point is that when you problem solve, you should really focus on how your solutions will affect people. You're probably aware of all the great personalization that technology brings, such as machine learning and AI. But unlike the hype of using machine learning to solve for everything, like I said before, remember that your solutions affect people. So to illustrate this with an example, we have Microsoft Seeing AI, which basically converts visual information into audio feedback. When you think of blind people, or visually impaired people, they're not able to see with their eyes. So the way they see their environment is by touching it. And when I think of myself in this COVID situation, I became very uncomfortable with self-checkout, touching surfaces in general. So it made me think about, what does that look like for someone who has to touch surfaces in order to get that information? And that's where you could see a blend of how to use technology to potentially make somebody's situation better. And an example of that a little bit is a group of 2 Montreal students, teenagers, who developed visibility. And it's a cane and a hat that are used to detect a user's surroundings and distance from approaching objects, so they can see where they are. And again, that's a use of technology to enhance somebody's social ability. So as much as you want to focus on technology, I would think also about the social impacts you can generate with the solutions that you create. In the world we live in today, there's a wide range of technologies that have the power to unlock new potential and allow us to dream big. And just to name a few, if you think of a technology like VR, virtual reality, it started off in gaming, but now it's used in fields of education or in training, as well as to stimulate testing for autonomous vehicles. Other technologies such as IoT and 5G are helping power smart cities and allowing devices to be interconnected, smart cities and smart homes, for instance. We also have robots, which now are no longer just used for industrial applications, but also for service delivery. If you think about Amazon drones, for instance, and are also slowly becoming personal assistants if you have an Alexa at home or a Google Mini, for instance. And slowly in the workplace, it's also becoming common to have what I call cobot, which is a robot colleague. So the potential, honestly, is infinite with technology. But one last thing I want to share with you is that technology is not everything. And sometimes the best solutions depend on who you collaborate with to solve a problem. So to give you a real life example, there's a lot of plastic waste in oceans, which I'm pretty sure you're probably aware of. So IKEA decided to collaborate with Spanish fishermen to create a line called Masalbluma. And the idea there is that fishermen pick up plenty of plastic every day in their fishing nets. So what they did is that they took the plastic from the fishermen, collected them, cleaned them, sorted them, turned them into pellets, yarn, and eventually fabric. And the Masalbluma collection is cushions, pillows, tablecloth, all made from recycled plastic. And so sometimes you have to realize that you cannot solve the world's biggest problems alone. So you have to be open to collaborating with people who might have a totally different background from you. And sometimes it's also not even related to technology. I personally know that you have the smarts, the sparkle, and you're going to come up with pretty amazing solutions. So I'm going to leave you with these parting words. Remain curious, be open to learning from others. Don't be afraid of pursuing your ideas, even if somebody tells you they look or sound crazy. Don't give up on those. And create the future we all long for. And I personally count on you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne, for that amazing and inspiring talk on problem solving, innovation, and technology in our world. I hope that everyone listening today, especially the youth, will take some of those lessons that Suzanne brought up and apply them into our own lives so that we can really understand how technology impacts us in every single way. And perhaps some of the people watching here today will go on to make incredible things like the inspiring student Suzanne brought up in her talk. So thank you again, Suzanne. And now we've come to a break in our program where we will be taking a quick break until 10:20 a.m. when we will return with more of our amazing youth speakers. We hope you all take this time to reflect on what you've heard this morning in our first session and come back ready and energized to hear more of these amazing talks. We'll see you then.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are now commencing our second session of the day, and we hope that you are all excited for all that is to come.
We would now like to bring in Abdu. Rufeda will be presenting on the need for girls' education universally and how girls hold the key to success in overcoming some of humanity's most pressing issues.
Globes, electric refrigerators, central heating. What about caller ID and call waiting? Stem cell isolation? Do any of these inventions hold significance in your life? I am sure that a refrigerator is something that everyone comes in contact with at least once a day, and caller ID is something that we also see quite often on our mobile phones. All of these life-changing inventions were created by women who set stepping stones for generations after them. These women were given the opportunity to shine and show their capabilities. They were given the chance to truly think outside the box and show that they are more than just a label. Here in Canada and many other modern societies, girls like me are given the chance to strive for the next opportunity to be a better member of society. In comparison to my cousins back home in Libya and many other girls in the developing world, that is an unheard of miracle. Girls in Libya and in some parts of the developing world are meant to be left uneducated with only minimal rights their society validates. Girls are sometimes not allowed to go to school and are forced to get married at a very young age. I and others in my community are given the chance to soar above and to stand up for ourselves and what we believe in. Personally, I do not have to be afraid that people in my society will try to deny me of my basic rights. I am free to speak about issues that affect me and the world around me. A big proof of this is the fact that I'm standing here today giving this speech. For as long as I can remember, I have always been interested in learning about major issues that affect our world. One particular subject I was always interested in focused on the lives of girls living in developing countries. I wanted to know how my life was different from a girl living in a developing country. When I was younger, I remember reading a book called I Am Malala. I Am Malala follows the life of a girl named Malala Yousafzai as she fights for girls' education in her home country of Pakistan. That book truly inspired me to research more about an issue I was already interested in. Throughout my life, I have always known the value of education and how lucky I am to have such easy access to it. I came to this realization after I heard my mother's dream of wanting to become a lawyer, but never having the chance of finishing her education. My mom comes from a society in which educating a girl is not seen as important. At the time of her telling me her story, I didn't understand why I had a better chance at a future than girls who were in the same situation as Malala or grew up in the same society as my mother. I didn't understand it because, just like me, they are the future of this world. Girls are the keys that will unlock every door in the future. They are the solution that we are looking for. If my mother was given the freedom to succeed, her life would have turned out much different. She could possibly have been the world's next best lawyer. And yet, every single day, there are girls all around the world who are not allowed to go to school. According to UNESCO, there are nearly 130 million girls between the ages of 6 to 17 who are not in school. Of that 130 million, there are 31 million girls of elementary school age out of school. That is shocking. Many of these girls are from countries stricken with poverty. These young girls are forced into child marriages. They begin to have babies at a very young age, most of whom end up dying very early on. It becomes a never-ending cycle in which a girl is not allowed to go to school, she's married, she has children, and then her daughters cannot attend school, causing the cycle to start all over again. And yet, some forget that education is a right. No matter who you are, your place in the world, your gender, or your socioeconomic background, you have the right to an education. Article 26 of the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that everyone has the right to education. Education shall be free, at least in the elementary and fundamental stages. Elementary education shall be compulsory, technical and professional education shall be made generally available, and higher education shall be equally accessible to all on the basis of merit. Now, you might be wondering, why are there so many girls out of school? It is 2021, yet there are still so many young children that should be in school and are not. There are many obstacles that a girl in the developing world has to face to be in a classroom. Schools in developing countries are often far and few. Children and many girls live too far away from their local school to make attending an option. Children must walk for many, many hours to reach their school. Lack of funding for education is also another major issue. Many times, schools are built in very poor conditions and ask for fees that students just can't afford, which is contrary to the UN's declaration that primary education be free. Cultural norms and practices also stop a girl from getting an education. Some people believe that women do not need to go to school because their job is to cook, clean, and take care of their family. Others simply refuse to send their daughters to school if they're being taught by male teachers. All of these barriers take part in preventing girls who have tremendous potential to learn and thrive from getting the education they deserve. Let me tell you a story about a young Bangladeshi girl named Beasley. Beasley was a 13-year-old girl when she was wed to a man nearly twice her age. In an interview of her done by Journeyman Pictures, she says, "I want to be so many things when I grow up. I want to be a doctor so I can help people." But Beasley's parents and her soon-to-be husband had other plans for her. She would leave school and get married. She had no say in what her future would look like. Before their marriage, her husband promised to allow her to continue her education. But after she was married to him, he had other intentions. He says, "A good wife takes care of me. When I come home from my shop, she'll make me food and get along with my parents." This is not an isolated incident, no. We keep hearing this exact same story over and over again with just a different name in a different country. In many countries like Bangladesh, women are quite invisible in their societies, and thus they are denied their basic rights and freedoms. Most of all, girls as young as Beasley are married to men who are much older than them and are forced to have large families. Why has this become the norm? Why is a 13-year-old girl being denied the chance to succeed? Girls' education is an extremely important instrument for the future. To begin, it is a solution to many of the global problems we face today. Educating a girl means we are more likely to educate every generation after her. In fact, an African proverb says, "If we educate a boy, we educate one person. If we educate a girl, we educate a family and a whole nation." An educated nation, meaning both boys and girls, means a prosperous nation. According to World Vision, educated women are far more likely to protect themselves and their children from deadly diseases. World Vision further states that children born to educated mothers are more likely to live past their first birthday. Want to end child marriages? Put a girl in school. In a developing country, on average, for every year a girl stays in school past 5th grade, her marriage is delayed by a year. Want to end overpopulation? Educate more girls. In fact, World Vision further states that educated women are more likely to have smaller, healthier families. In a developing country like Brazil, an educated woman on average tends to have 3 children, while an illiterate woman tends to have 6 children. What about an end to corrupt governments? Educated women are more likely to be politically involved in their societies, leading to a more representative and effective government. Want a prosperous economy? Educated women are more likely to escape poverty, live more productive lives, and raise the standard of living for their families. This does not only help women escape poverty, but also cause their country's GDP to rise. Increase the number of educated women, and in turn, you make that country more successful. Now that we have all the facts, how do we go about educating girls? 130 million girls out of school is an extremely overwhelming number. We must increase our efforts in ending this issue. According to UNICEF, if we continue to fund girls' education at the current rate, it will take another 100 years before those 130 million girls are able to finish middle school. To increase our efforts, we must begin by informing people about this injustice. Start by telling those you know about why we must educate girls, why there are so many uneducated girls, and the overwhelming benefits. Support organizations that fight for girls' education, like Malala Fund and Educate Girls. Educate Girls is working on educating girls in rural and marginalized communities of India, while Malala Fund is working to reduce child marriages. In order for developing countries to prosper, we must extend tools such as technology into these nations. Tablets and computers will make education portable and easily accessible to all students and their teacher. Malala Fund is investing in devices created by Harun Yassin to help out-of-school girls easily catch up on lessons. These tools would also help them connect to the outside world and gain knowledge that they may not receive with the limited resources they have. As a modern society, we truly take education for granted. We are blissfully unaware that many wish to have access to quality education. Please do not underestimate the value of education. All we really need to help educate all present and future girls is strong will and an acceptance and recognition that there is an issue to be addressed. Most people are not directly affected by this issue, so we need to educate them and give them a reason to care. If we were able to raise nearly $1 billion for the fire-ravaged Notre Dame Cathedral in just a day and a half, then what excuse do we have not to educate those 130 million girls? As Michelle Obama once said, investing in girls' education is the very best thing we can do, not just for our daughters and granddaughters, but for their families, their communities, and their countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafeda, for that wonderful presentation. Next, please join me in welcoming Alec Kovaci. Alec is an aspiring pilot who will be speaking on the topic of autonomous flight and the potential impacts it could have on the airline industry of the future.
Think about a place you've really wanted to go to before. Perhaps it's 1,000 kilometers away, or maybe there's an ocean that separates you from your dream holiday. Now, let's say you've been working very hard and are finally able to afford set tickets to your destination. You call your days off, create some times, pack your bags, and book a flight. You get to the airport, check in with the counter, clear security, pretty basic stuff. And you head onto your gate where you notice that something is out of the ordinary. The crew walks past the aircraft, but someone seems to be missing. Whatever, doesn't bother you too much. You board the plane, make yourself comfortable, set down your luggage, and the PA system comes on and announces its well-round line. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard your flight. Please make yourself comfortable as we get ready for departure. But it has a twist. The announcement continues on. I would like to introduce myself and the crew, the robots that will be getting you to your destination today. Now, it's no shy fact that large corporate entities and big aeronautical industries have been developing this concept for decades, expanding on ideas for the near future. However, it's at this era in time that society has reached a new age in flight where humans are just no longer required to fly. However, as aerospace progresses into this realm, safety and ethics are sometimes left behind due to the speed in its evolution. I'd like to introduce myself. Aspiring adolescent working towards his pilot's license who loves all and everything to do with flight. My name is Ale Kovac, and today, this morning, I would like to talk to you about autonomy in the sky and the variables that affect ethics above the clouds. Now, to start off, I'd like to define what exactly autonomous means, as it tends to get mixed up when being referred in society. Now, with respect to technology, the adjective describes something to be performed by a device capable of operating without direct human control. So allow me to jump to another question now. Who here has been on a commercial flight before? Now, some of you may have, while others may have not. And unfortunately, as we're all still virtual, I can't see any of you raising your hands if you have, but I can imagine that some of you probably have been on one already. Now, let's change things up for those who haven't. Let me say if I told you that your plane would be piloted fully autonomously, would you perhaps have any different feelings, or would you still be comfortable to go? Well, there's no doubt that we already have aircraft without pilots in the sky. This includes delivery drones that Amazon uses to transport goods by air right to the customer's home, all the way to the large surveillance crafts that are used as part of the Air Force. In fact, today, commercial aircraft cross the clouds with 2 human pilots. And guess what? This actually wasn't always the case. In 1980s, you had the role of the 3rd crew member in the cockpit, which was the flight engineer, that was cut short as controls became automated and reduced from analog into what are called glass cockpits. Progressing forward in the 90s, you had the 777, which had the new fly-by-wire concept introduced on board. This means that most of the hydraulic controls on board were now replaced by computer systems, which would take the pilot's input from the control column, tell the computer what the pilot wants to do, and then in turn would tell the flight controls how to respond. There's also a new software which set the heading automatically, switched the radios, and engineering teams also redesigned the autopilot for the new future. In fact, right now in the present day, NASA is currently doing studies of the concept of single piloted airliner cockpits, where robots take the absolute full responsibility of the other person's job. So you can imagine this raises a lot of questions, which causes the general public to, rightfully so, be concerned about how much of the plane's safety will become jeopardized. People are beginning to ask, what if the pilot becomes incapacitated? Or how will emergencies that require dual attention get dealt with? Now get this, with those concerns in mind, engineers had an even better plan. What if it was possible to not have a pilot in the air at all? Well, in January of 2015, at the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics SciTech conference, there was John Tracy, who at the time was Boeing's chief technology officer, states, quote, "We are quite confident that technologically the toolkit is filled. With respect to a commercial airplane, there is no doubt in our minds that we can solve the problem of autonomous flight. It's a question of certification procedures, regulatory requirements, and even more significantly, public perception. Will the flying public be comfortable getting onto a plane without a pilot?" And yet, that's one of the main hurdles to jump when asked this question. How would the public react? How long would it take to trust purely artificial intelligence to the point that we base our lives on it, along with the other hundreds of humans on board at 40,000 feet above the Earth? In the morning of October 29th, 2018, Lion Air Flight 610 was making its final preparations in Jakarta, Indonesia, before departing on a flight that was scheduled to be just over 1 hour headed northbound of the country. The pilots had begun the flight as per usual and started to taxi towards the runway, to which they soon took off. Just a few minutes after departure, the aircraft had begun to send irregular information to the jet's computer, triggering the automated feature to force the nose of the plane down. Despite the constant altitude loss, the pilots tried to fight as much as they can to keep the plane airborne. What was even worse was the fact that the pilots had no idea of this new software on board. They were told nothing about it. Unfortunately, they never made it back to the airports, as the plane ultimately nosedived into the Java Sea just 11 minutes after takeoff, killing all 189 souls on board. Now, the aircraft that was at fault here was a Boeing 737 MAX 8, a remastered version of Boeing's 737 family, a very common, reliable, and rather safe series of jets that fly the sky since the 1960s. It's so common and safe that you've probably flown on one without even knowing. The particular one involved in this crash, however, first took off on July 30th of 2018. If you remember the date it went down in October, that means the plane was a young age of roughly 3 months old when it crashed. Reports conducted by the US National Transportation Safety Board, the Indonesian government, and Boeing revealed that there was indeed evidence of a software problem behind the plane's anti-stalling system, named the Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, or MCAS for short. Now, keep that in mind because it has a crucial role in this accident. So, what is MCAS, you might ask yourself? To answer that, I need to briefly explain what a stall is first. When you have air flowing over an airfoil, such as the plane's wings in this example, and it doesn't cause sufficient lift to counteract the weight of the aircraft, the plane will lose lift and begin to fall. This typically happens at low speeds or when the nose of the plane exceeds an angle of attack, which is called the critical angle of attack. That is a specific angle which the aircraft will stall at when exceeded. The MCAS on board the 737 MAX models, including this one, was a brand new software that was designed specifically to have the computer send a signal to the flight controls, which would force the nose of the plane back down. It's a pretty good idea. This was implemented in order to reduce the likelihood of a stall. In this case, however, the systems on board malfunctioned as the plane took off, even with the pilots doing their best to fight against the computer. And yet, as sad as this incident was, unfortunately, it wasn't the only kind of to happen. Ethiopian Flight 302 suffered the same issue, killing all 157 on board when departing from Addis Ababa on March 10th, 2019. This was 4 months after Lion Air's loss. The airplane in question was the same model MAX 8 that also went down shortly after takeoff due to the same automation issue, the MCAS system on board. All right, now I know that's a lot of information, but what exactly can we deduce from this? Well, autonomous flight has been tested for many years now, but we can't just go into pilotless flight when we still have trouble with automation-related problems. These issues need to be addressed and fixed on a step-by-step progress, taking things on one at a time rather than just rushing in collectively to multitask in order to meet a specific deadline. Now, that said, when the safety of human lives and business pressure mix together, things tend to get a little bit interesting at times and rather concerning. The story of the MAX can be looked at in regards to the Darwinian business cycle, where you have large corporate entities such as Boeing that are subject to constant threats from other aero industries, new competition, the search for new growth. Sometimes this motivates and inspires innovation as well as progress. A great example for this is the advent of autonomous flight. Other times, however, it prompts them to rush production, skipping small details that collectively build up over time in order to beat a deadline. Now, while the MAX indeed did have issues with the software system of the MCAS, there were other variables that built up, which were economic competition against their European rival, Airbus. Both industries were in a race to make their airplanes cheaper for airlines to operate, especially when it comes to fuel prices. In 2010, Airbus stunned the aviation community at the Paris Air Show when they released their own remastered version of the A320 series, now named the A320neo, which stands for New Engine Option. This aircraft burned 6% less fuel than the 737s, which caused airlines to absolutely love the plane, placing over 660 orders in the span of 1 week. That's a historic moment for aviation. Now you have Boeing, which is months behind Airbus, quickly needing to do something. Thus, the MAX program was born. It's a direct response that could save billions of dollars by basing it off a pre-existing model, the 737 in this case. So Boeing had to play catch up. And the pace of the work on the 737 MAX was absolutely frantic, placing an enormous amount of stress on the employees. Some even spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the matter. Engineers were pushed to submit their drawings, their sketches at double the pace. This is insane, facing tight deadlines and strict budgets. Now, if you remember what I said earlier on, skipping small details will collectively build up over time to the point that an accident will occur. Business and engineering just can't mix, as money simply cannot be put ahead of the safety of other humans on the line. So, what is there to take from this? How does this have to do with autonomous flight, you might ask? The answer is the problem with the ethics that runs closely behind it. How can we be placing money before safety and then at the same time be planning to create airliners with only robots on board when the reason 2 jets just went down was because of a software fault? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that this is to declare that computers on board at airplanes they're useless. We should throw them away. That's not the idea here. Pilots need them in order to complete other various tasks that are equally, if not more important, in order to reduce the stress in the cockpit and to keep the focus where it's needed. However, when the systems fail, it's up to them to take over manually, and this many times has saved thousands of lives. Take, for example, Qantas Flight 72 in October of 2008, an Airbus A330 flying from Singapore to Perth. During cruise, a software issue resulted in the plane's nose to aggressively pitch down twice while above the sea. Thankfully, due to the team of pilots on board, they were able to recover manually and land safely. This is why autonomous flight has various hurdles to jump, including public perception, economics, and most paramount, safety. As long as those issues are in the way, planes will continue to have pilots on board. So, the next time you're on a flight, remember to think about the work that's being done on board and on the ground to keep you safe for hours on end. This is your captain speaking. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you very much, Alec. That was a very interesting speech, and we hope to hear more amazing things in the future. Moving on, in today's world, we are consistently surrounded by hectic situations which can be easily overwhelming. As such, it's important to take the time to clear our heads. We would like to play a short mindfulness exercise to help clear everyone's minds.
So find a relaxed, comfortable position, seated on a chair or on the floor, on a cushion. Keep your back upright, but not too tight. Hands resting wherever they're comfortable. Tongue on the roof of your mouth or wherever it's comfortable. And you can notice your body from the inside, noticing the shape of your body, the weight, touch. And let yourself relax and become curious about your body. Seated here, the sensations of your body, the touch, the connection with the floor or the chair. Relax any areas of tightness or tension. Just breathe, soften.
And now begin to tune into your breath in your body, feeling the natural flow of breath. Don't need to do anything to your breath. Not long, not short, just natural. And notice where you feel your breath in your body. It might be in your abdomen. It may be in your chest or throat or in your nostrils. See if you can feel the sensations of breath, one breath at a time. When one breath ends, the next breath begins. Now, as you do this, you might notice that your mind may start to wander. You might start thinking about other things. If this happens, this is not a problem. It's very natural. Just notice that your mind has wandered. You can say thinking or wandering in your head softly. And then gently redirect your attention right back to the breathing. So we'll stay with this for some time in silence, just a short time. Noticing our breath, from time to time getting lost in thought and returning to our breath. See if you can be really kind to yourself in the process. And once again, you can notice your body, your whole body seated here. Let yourself relax even more deeply. And then offer yourself some appreciation for doing this practice today. Whatever that means to you. Finding a sense of ease and well-being for yourself in this day.
We hope that you're all now relaxed and that was enjoyable. We will now be going on a short break until 11:20, so feel free to get up and stretch your legs, and we'll be back very shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from our second break. We hope you really took this time to reflect on the amazing speeches you've heard over the past 2 sessions and are ready to hear some more incredible talks. We will now continue our event with a very special keynote by Dylan Mendez. Dylan will be speaking about turning the status quo into social impact and 3 major lessons that he has learned over the past number of years regarding impact creation. Please give Dylan a warm welcome.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Dylan Mendez. Super excited to be with you. I'm tuning in from Pickering, Ontario, and today we're going to talk about impact creation. How to create an impact in your life, in the lives of the people around you, and in your communities. You know, when it comes to impact creation, I think there are 3 major pillars that I wish I knew when I was in high school. First, the importance of just being authentic. Getting permission for me to just be my true authentic self and lead others with authenticity. The second is to believe in the power of community. How as one individual, we may not feel that we can actually make an impact, but when a community comes together, that's where real change stems from. And the third pillar is the necessity to choose discomfort. You know, before we get into it, I want to share a little bit more about my life. I have 2 amazing, loving, hardworking parents who immigrated to Canada from India, and their names are James Mendez and Christabel Mendez, and I have an amazing, loving older brother, and his name is Sean Mendez. And you know, usually when I tell people that Sean is my brother in person, when I speak at schools in the US or in Canada, I get a few different types of reactions. The first is usually the guys who are sitting back in their seats during an assembly, kind of like, cool, bro. No one really cares, right? Then you get the fans who just are like, oh my God, really? You're really related to Tom Mendez? Oh my gosh, right? And then you usually get the real fans who start thinking and questioning their own belief. And they go on Google and they realize that I'm not actually his brother. No, I'm not Sean Mendez's brother. He's way better looking. But the reason why I share that with you is because I want to share a story of when I met Sean in person. So Sean and myself are both from the city of Pickering. We both have the last name Mendez, and there are only 2 households with the last name Mendez, mine and Sean's. Now, do you remember what platform Sean got famous on? Right, Bieber got famous on YouTube, Sean got famous on Vine. Wasn't TikTok, he wasn't doing these dance moves. He was making 6-second videos of him singing, playing the guitar in his bedroom. They would get hundreds of thousands of views. And his fans in Canada were so obsessed with this guy that they would go into a phone book, look under the city of Pickering, look at the last name Mendez, and there are 2 households, mine and Sean's. And some of his fans were so obsessed with him that they would take a 50-50 shot and call both households. And my parents would answer the phone every single day to, hi, Sean there? And they would always say, no, Sean is not live here. Please stop calling. But me, I saw this as an opportunity. You see, when Sean's fans called, instead of saying, Sean does not live here, please stop calling, I would take a deep breath to my diaphragm, roll my shoulders back, pop my chest out, and say with the utmost conviction, yes, this is Sean Mendez. We have a full-on 10-minute conversation about my singing career, about the songs that I'm releasing, about the tours that I'm going on. And usually near the end of the call, they would ask me to sing them a song. And nothing went downhill because I cannot sing for my life, and I would never do that to any of your ears. And the conversation ended, and that was it. And the reason why I share that story with you is, 1, just to lighten up the mood a little bit, but 2, to exemplify the fact that sometimes in 2021, as young people, it can feel really hard to be your true authentic self, especially when trying to make an impact, or especially when leading people in person or virtually. We so often forget about the importance and the power of authenticity. You know, reflecting back on my time as a young person in high school, even before that, I realized at a very early age that I was always trying to be someone that I wasn't. I grew up in an amazing city in Pickering, but back then, the population of my school was predominantly Caucasian. Everyone around me was a different skin color. They were all white. So because I noticed everyone was different around me, I started changing little aspects of my life to fit the mold of society. I started following, quote unquote, the status quo. I started changing whatever I wore to the brand name. I started changing whatever I was eating, from my cultural food to whatever everyone else was eating, maybe sandwiches or whatever. And I noticed that this pattern continued month after month, year after year. Even in high school, started going to high school parties. I don't even know what for, just because everyone else was doing them. Went to university, not because I had any idea what I was doing, because everyone else was doing it. And I developed this pattern, and I realized that a lot of the decisions that I made weren't what I actually wanted to do. It wasn't me being authentic. It was me conforming to the actions and the opinions of people around me. I never did anything that I truly wanted to. That was until one day I was driving home in grade 12 in my mom's minivan. As you can tell, super popular in high school, looking like a father of four. And I see my one friend walking home, picking up litter. So I stopped my car. I rolled in a window and I asked this guy, I said, "Hey man, what are you doing? Why are you picking up trash? It's so uncommon to see in our day and age." And he stops and he looks at me and he explains to me that his teacher taught him, if you were to do something so small over a longer period of time, it could lead to something a lot bigger if you just stayed consistent with it. And my reaction was, right, your idea of making a change in the community is picking up trash? No intention of helping this guy out. So I drove home in my minivan, taking the kids to soccer practice, just kidding. But I couldn't get this idea or this theory out of my head. So I gave him a call and I said, "Look, if you do this by yourself, you're not going to get much done. But what if, crazy idea, what if we partner together and host these weekly cleanups just for 1 hour, Saturday mornings, and you see who comes out?" You see, for me, it was an opportunity to do something that went against the grain and just being a little bit more authentic, regardless of what the opinions of my peers actually were. And he agreed. And we went to the beach with two of our buddies, having no plan or vision in mind. To prove to you we had no plan or vision in mind, we called ourselves the Wastemans. Picking up trash 1 hour, once a week. If you don't believe me, go on our Instagram, Google it. It'll probably be there. And week after week, we started going out, and more people started to come out from our community. And I'm going to start sharing my screen now. And we later changed the name to what is now known as Pick Waste, where we meet up to clean up for 1 hour, once a week, in 3 cities across Canada. To date, we filled a little over 2,500 bags of litter in all of these cities, but mainly in the city of Pickering. And the initiative has been featured on Canadian national news. And the reason why I share the story about how this community initiative started is not to inspire you to go pick up trash, but if you do see it and it's safe, go pick it up. It's not to inspire you to start an initiative. It's not to brag about what we accomplished, but rather it is to showcase the power of community. It's to showcase what can happen when a community comes together. You see, my buddy and I just started this initiative, but the community kept it going. And what I've noticed as of recent, over the past year and a bit, as we're in COVID, is that people actually crave community now more than ever. You see, we usually average about 20 or 30 people that come up to our cleanups in regular life. But during COVID, the numbers have started around the same, but are progressing to get around the 40 or 50 or 60 people mark, except, during lockdown. And what I've learned from this is that people crave community. And I want to ask you a question. As a student leader, are there some ways that you can help people find this community virtually? Maybe it's when you're in class, simply turning your camera on so your teachers or your friends can see you, right? Or maybe it's just calling or texting a friend that you haven't spoken to in a while just to check up on them and see how they're doing. Or maybe it's with your family and taking half an hour off of social media and just spending time with them because they need some form of community. What I've realized is that in order to create an impact or change in this world, you don't need to do something huge or extravagant or expedient. You just need to start with the people around you. And that's what I've learned from this experience. I wish I could just stop here, end this talk, give you guys 5 minutes of your time back. But there's one missing pillar that we so often forget about when we talk about impact creation. And we forget about it because we don't want to discuss it. And that is the necessity to choose discomfort. Last summer, I was in my buddy's backyard. He was having a little backyard barbecue for his birthday. It was when COVID restrictions were a lot less strict. And it was only 5 or 6 of us there. And my one friend just got back from this activity called skydiving. And for those of you who don't know what skydiving is where people who are pretty crazy, they go up on this plane that looks like it's from World War I. It has the really old propellers that go brrr, and they choose to jump from this plane 10,000 feet from the air for no good reason except because they're crazy. Kind of looks something like this. And my buddy said he did it. It was an amazing experience. And I said, wow, that's so cool. I've always wanted to do it. It's on my bucket list. And my one friend beside me said, wow, it's so amazing. It's also on my bucket list. And the friend who just went said, wow, that's awesome. Why don't you guys book it right now? And immediately my brain went, ooh, no. I said, nah, man, come on, man. It's COVID. I'm not trying to go now. He said, no. It's really safe. They have really good, procedures, not that strict. You're good. I said, yeah, but the weather, he said, it's August. It's never going to get better. And I tried to make all these excuses. And like a good friend would, he called them out. And I said, bet. Let's do it. Let's go. So my buddy and I sat there, Google Calendar open, booked the date 3 weeks out, went home online, registered, paid the money. We're going skydiving in 3 weeks. And the weeks go by. And the days go by. And that was the night before we were planning to go skydiving. And I'm talking to my parents, and they start asking me these questions about what happens if the parachute doesn't open? Or what happens if the guy that you're attached to, you get dismantled from him because he has the parachute? Or what happens if you land in a tree and break a leg? And I was like, I do not have any of these answers. Can I buy a vowel? Can I phone a friend? What's happening? I go to sleep super stressed out, wake up the next morning. I am praying that my buddy bails, chickens out, but he does not. So pick him up. We are driving 2 hours to the skydiving location. We get there. It is a bunch of adrenaline junkies just running around because they're excited to jump off a plane. We go sit down with the admin individual. She takes out a fat booklet of papers, and we have to sign these waivers. And every page I see on the waiver in capital letters, underlined, bold, DEATH, death. We're not liable if death. Over and over again. And I start freaking out. And then I get to my instructor. And it's this super chill, laid back guy. He's got rainbow socks with a SpongeBob shirt. He's just chilling. He's like, yo, bro. You ready to jump? Right? Super laid back, super chill. And I noticed that all of the instructors were like this. And it was kind of interesting. And he helped really lighten the mood and settle the nerves down. And I'll show you what I mean by showing you a quick video clip of us in this plane that looked like it's from World War I.
hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the sky.
Right, so we were dancing, we're hitting the wall, we're having a good time. And what they were doing was they were acting like it was not that big of a deal and trying to get us a little hyped up and move our bodies to lower the stress and the anxiety a little bit. And what I've learned over the years is that if you are challenged to take an uncomfortable action, do something that's a little out of your comfort zone, a simple movement in your body will help you actually perform that action. You see, a rapid change in your body actually changes your emotional and mental state. And there have been studies done at Harvard and Stanford actually proving out this concept, especially if one of the activities that you were going to be doing is jumping out of a plane.
All because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies. Only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
And it was an amazing experience. The feeling of jumping out, it was so bliss, it was exciting, it was exhilarating. And I always wonder, looking back at it, why was I so nervous or scared beforehand? Because of what appeared to be an uncomfortable action. What I've realized through my research is that as individuals, our brains are hardwired to protect our bodies from anything that even seems to be uncomfortable. But it's so illogical because the only way to grow as individuals is through choosing discomfort. I don't tell you this and encourage you to jump out of a plane or do something expedient. But what I do challenge you to do as student leaders is every day do something a little uncomfortable and choose discomfort. Because what I know to be true is that choosing discomfort to perform is like a muscle that needs to be trained consistently. And exposing ourselves to that uncomfortable muscle over and over and over and over again will allow us to step up as leaders when we're faced with uncertain and uncomfortable situations. For me, it's just two very simple things. It's just working out every day and taking a freezing cold shower. And it's not perfect, but practice doesn't make perfect. Practice increases the quality of our performance. And I will leave you with that. It might not be comfortable being your true authentic self when society is encouraging us to be someone that we're not. It wasn't comfortable for my buddy and I to go out for 4 straight years picking up trash every Saturday morning, except when it was snowing. But I challenge you that you were not made for comfort. I believe we were all made to make some sort of impact in our lives, in the lives of the people around us, and in our communities. And in order to do that, we need to choose discomfort. Thank you so much for your time. If you would like to connect with me, these are my social platforms. I also do speeches in person and virtually at schools, usually a little bit longer if your school needs a little bit of more motivation or inspiration. Feel free to connect with me on my website or on my social platforms. Thank you and have a great rest of the conference.
Okay, thank you so much, Dylan, for that fantastic presentation. I'd like to next introduce Jordan Danziger. Jordan, in their speech, will discuss the importance of teaching collaborative problem-solving skills, or CPS, from a young age, and will suggest ways that teachers can better integrate CPS into their classrooms to better their learning environment.
What if I were to ask you to name as many animal species as you could? How many do you think you would get? I tried this myself, gave myself 3 minutes, and I got 42. Now, I probably could have gotten a lot more if I had more time. But scientists say there are between 1 and 2 million animal species that currently exist on Earth. It would be nearly impossible for anyone to get every single one by themselves, especially if they're only being given 3 minutes. But what if I were to divide us all up into groups? And I gave every group a different type of animal, like mammals, amphibians, insects, etc. And you had 3 minutes to bounce ideas off each other and come up with as many animals in that category as you could. We might not get 1 to 2 million, but I'm pretty sure we could get a lot more than 42. Collaboration is a remarkable thing. When we work in a team, we can do things that one person could never do all by themselves. You may have heard of the idea that a problem is like a puzzle, and if everyone gives their one piece, the puzzle can be solved in no time. Well, that's completely true. There are a multitude of issues that need solving, and it is only by working together that we can make valuable progress. So, what issues are we currently facing? We've certainly come a long way since figuring out basic skills like keeping warm or finding food. In just the past decade, technology has been advancing at an unbelievable rate. And while it has been incredibly beneficial, it has also brought about many new challenges. As our knowledge of science and technology grows, the problems we face become much more complicated than those of the past. Data security, genetic terrorism, unemployment through automation, these are all complex issues that require a large breadth of knowledge in order to solve. Every issue is composite, a combination of several smaller problems. One person on their own does not have the knowledge or the time to solve every one of these little problems by themselves. It is only by gathering a wide variety of people with expertise in all various components of the issue that we can hope to solve any modern dilemma. An article published in Psychological Science in the Public Interest, titled Advancing the Science of Collaborative Problem Solving, talks about collaborative problem-solving skills, or CPS skills. So, what is CPS? Many of you are probably familiar with the idea of collaboration, but this is a bit different, specifically in terms of the 4 things that define CPS. First, all members of a group must share a common goal, that being to solve the problem at hand. There must be no routine plan, simply a shared desire to move from a starting state to the completion of the goal. For example, if you have a team of people looking for a solution to unemployment, they all have this as a common goal, and they can work together to figure out what their plan of action will be. This differs from collaboration, which usually involves people performing routine duties to complete a task. Now, second, the quality of the solution can be seen throughout the process, and every team member is held accountable for their own actions. What this means is that at any point during the process, every team member can see exactly how close the problem is to being solved, and they can actually see the contributions of all other team members. Other than collaboration, which usually focuses on teaching individuals subject matter without there necessarily being a visible dilemma. Third, there must be a differentiation of roles, where every team member takes on a different task in order to solve one aspect of the larger problem. This differentiation of roles is one of the most important parts of CPS, because it means that every team member is evaluating different information and working according to their own expertise, which allows for a quicker, more efficient path to the final solution. This is like if you and a friend were working on a project together, and you decided to split up the questions so you each only had to do half the amount of work. Because you're doing less work, you can focus more on your small section and be done in half the time. Finally, CPS requires interdependency among all members of a group. I know many of you have probably been in a collaborative group project where your group mates have done none of the work, leaving you to carry the load. This is different because in CPS, everyone needs to bring their own resources and knowledge to the table. Otherwise, the problem will just be impossible to solve. Interdependency is crucial in solving problems nowadays, as issues are becoming increasingly complex, requiring more knowledge and perspectives than one person alone can provide. CPS is critical for efficiency, effectiveness, and innovation. As I've said before, the problems we currently face are complex and intertwined, and without these essential skills, they are impossible to solve. When you think of innovation, you may think of past geniuses like Einstein, working on incredible inventions and theories to solve the dilemmas of their time. But the fact is, that is not what innovative problem solving looks like anymore. Could you imagine what a group of those incredible minds could create if they worked together? Most of the problems we now face are just too mammoth for any one person to take on alone. But by pooling our expertise and all focusing on smaller pieces of the puzzle, we could create some incredible solutions. As an example, the operating system Windows consists of over 50 million lines of code. If one person tried to write all that by themselves, it would be extremely inefficient. It took over 2,000 programmers, all focusing on their own specific jobs, to create the operating system that is now used by over 1 billion people to access the internet. That is 1 billion people who are now able to use technology in their day-to-day lives. This was an incredible feat, and it could never have been possible without collaboration. Now, I personally found CPS really interesting because it's something that I definitely struggle with. I very much prefer independent work to working in a group, and when I am in a group, I have a tendency to try and take control and do everything myself. I have very specific ways I like to get things done, and I have a hard time trusting others to do their portions of the task. This tends to result in me just stressing myself out and not properly appreciating the contributions of my group. When I came across the study that outlined CPS, I was interested in the things that set it apart from regular collaboration. Specifically, the two elements that fascinated me the most were the differentiated roles and interdependency. I think the presence of specific roles in a group is incredibly helpful in problem solving because everyone knows exactly what they're meant to be doing, which can increase efficiency, as no one is just sitting idle, not knowing what to do or where they're needed. Then, interdependency really interested me, because relying on others is what I struggled most with during regular collaboration. However, I think having those specific roles really helps with interdependency, because when everyone has their own specific task to do, we worry less about what others are doing, and so long as everyone's task gets done, the problem is solved. So it's clear that CPS is imperative in modern problem solving. Well then, what's the issue? Well, unfortunately, today's youth are not developing these essential skills. In 2015, a section on CPS was added to the Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA. The results are all shown in this chart here. Of over 500,000 students who were assessed, only 8% were shown to be highly proficient in CPS, compared to 29% who had zero proficiency whatsoever. And you can see in the chart that well over 2/3 of the students surveyed scored in the very lowest 2 levels. And of the students who were shown to be proficient in CPS, it became clear that they had not gained these skills in school, but had instead acquired them through participation in extracurricular activities that forced them to learn how to work together to solve problems. It is essential that parts of the school system adapt to teach CPS skills from a young age. Today's youth are the key to solving modern problems, for they have the ability to think in creative new ways. But these youth can't solve problems on their own if they're not being given the proper tools. Studies on workplace preparation have shown that students show weakness in teamwork, interpersonal skills, and communication. They are skilled in subject matter and information retention, but are unable to apply these skills in any practical setting because they can't communicate and share their ideas with others. This was demonstrated in a survey done by the American Management Association in 2012, which showed that education is putting too much focus on task knowledge, being able to perform well in subjects such as science and math, and very little focus on developing students' communication and collaboration skills. This focus on task knowledge is detrimental to a student's future, because while the workplace does require subject knowledge and expertise, What's more important is that students be able to work together and share their knowledge with others. If we want to have a next generation that is able to collaborate, problem solve, and come up with the solutions of the 21st century, CPS needs to be implemented into schools, and there needs to be less of a focus on task knowledge and more on communication and collaboration. Learning these skills at a young age is imperative for students to be prepared to enter the workforce and solve problems out in the real world. In conclusion, what we really need is a paradigm shift. We need to stop thinking about problems independently and start thinking about how we can solve them by working together to strengthen the collaborative problem-solving skills of society as a whole. Problems are evolving at an incredible rate, and we need solutions that keep up. We need youth who are skilled in CPS and who are prepared to work together to create solutions of the 21st century. As I said before, every problem is a puzzle, and everyone has a different piece. It is only by collaborating and putting all these different pieces together that we can hope to solve anything. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Jordan, for such a great and interesting TED Talk. Up next, we have Kyle Newcomb. Kyle will be speaking about blockchain technology and its incredible potential for use in the stock market. He will also cover how this kind of market could be vital as our future takes shape and in the fight against problems such as climate change.
Blockchain is to the next 150 years what the combustion engine was to the last 150 years. One changed the way we transport things in the physical world. Blockchain changes the way we transport things in the digital world. Anthony Pompliano. Why is everybody so excited about blockchain? Well, my name is Kyle Newcomb, and I'm a grade 12 student from Abbey Park High School. Today, I'm going to be talking about blockchain, specifically how it can be used in the stock market to even the starting line and increase transparency. So, taking a couple of business courses over the last few years, as well as completing the Business Specialist High Skills Major program at my school, and just paying attention to finance in general, I've learned a lot about the markets that exist in today's world. And as anyone who's seen movies or TV shows about finance will likely tell you, there's a lot of inequality there in terms of opportunities for individuals versus institutional investors. And I believe that blockchain is the solution for the 21st century. So at a very high level, blockchain is a decentralized, open, and distributed ledger system that helps with financial transactions. So how it essentially works is that transactions, new ones rather, are broadcast to the network by users wishing to execute them. Then these transactions are grouped into blocks and then mathematically verified by other users connected to the network and then added to the chain of previous blocks, hence the name blockchain. So to perhaps explain it a little better, I'm going to compare it to how a traditional payment processor works, such as Visa. So if you go to any store and you transact at that store, that transaction will be sent to Visa because they need to validate it. So they will process it in their centralized data center and add it to their own private ledger copy that no one else has access to. Then, if the transaction is approved, that approval will be broadcast back to the retailer, and only Visa and the retailer and you, the user, know about it. Nobody else is involved in this process. Cryptocurrency uses blockchain to do finance very differently. So if I'm a user wishing to transact on a blockchain network, I will broadcast that transaction out to the network so that anyone can pick up on it. Again, these transactions will be grouped into blocks, and in the specific case of Bitcoin, these blocks will be mathematically verified by using cryptographic hash functions. So this is basically super hard math for computers. So say this user here comes to the mathematically valid solution first, they will broadcast their new block out to the rest of the users, and these users will then verify it, hopefully, and add it to their own copy of the blockchain. So notice how everyone's keeping their own copy of the ledger and everyone is involved in the transaction process. Now, saying all this, I do need to make one very important distinction before moving on. Blockchain and cryptocurrency, despite being used together, are not the same thing. So blockchain is the ledger system, as I've talked about, whereas cryptocurrency is the actual currency that you buy, such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, Monero, Ripple, etc. So while cryptocurrency is decentralized, partly thanks to blockchain, blockchain on its own can be used in a centralized system, which is perhaps why many banks today are exploring or using blockchain, such as JP Morgan and Citibank in the United States, and Scotiabank and RBC here in Canada. Now, to talk specifically about blockchain in the stock market, I'm going to use the New York Stock Exchange as my example, since it's perhaps the most well-known exchange globally. Now, the New York Stock Exchange's transactions are actually executed in data centers in Mahwah, Carteret, and Secaucus, New Jersey. These are the centralized points that all of their transactions flow through. Now, for blockchain to be successfully implemented, two things need to be in place: consensus and distribution. Consensus in this case is actually very easy because it's a centralized system and only one party is responsible for validating the transactions, the New York Stock Exchange itself. The problem becomes, or is rather, distribution, because for a blockchain to be effective, any user, anyone, needs to be able to freely connect to the network and start to maintain their own copy of the blockchain. However, this is where a major roadblock exists today. In order to directly connect to the NYSE, you need their ARCA membership. And according to their website, quote, membership is available to registered and new US-based broker-dealers who obtain a self-regulatory organization, SRO, and have an established connection to a clearing firm. Individual investors are not eligible, unquote. So this is a huge disparity in opportunity for individual versus institutional investors right off the bat. But let's say this barrier is lessened or eliminated in the future. What would the blockchain actually look like within the stock market? Well, first, I think it's key to point out that there would be more than likely more than one blockchain in place, since it would be cumbersome to have all transactions handled by one single blockchain. Now, it is possible that something similar to the Ethereum blockchain could develop, a multi-asset blockchain. So there would be an underlying asset, in Ethereum's case, the ETH cryptocurrency. In the New York Stock Exchange's case, it would be the US dollar. And then there would be other assets built on top. So in Ethereum's case, you have ERC20 tokens such as Tether USDT, the Graph, Uniswap, Chiliz, and Chainlink. Whereas in the New York Stock Exchange's case, these other assets would be the shares of the companies being traded, such as Square, Best Buy, DoorDash, General Motors, and Verizon. Now, again, there would probably be multiple of these multi-asset blockchains, perhaps one for each industry sector or one for each index. Now, potentially a more promising option is actually blockchain sharding. So sharding is when a blockchain is split into separate partitions, each with their own data. Now, currently, sharding is in very early testing phases within the Ethereum ecosystem, but so far the benefits have proved to be lower latency and increased scalability, both key factors in a successful stock exchange. Now, perhaps the best use of shards would be to have each shard or a small collection of shards represent the shares of a company being traded, and this would actually make it much easier to be a connected user, since you would only have to deal with smaller amounts of data, since you only have to interact with the individual shards of the companies you're trading, instead of the entire blockchain as a whole. Now, regardless of the blockchain's exact final form, there would be significant benefits to having one implemented within a stock exchange. To explain the first and perhaps most important benefit, I'm going to use possibly the most well-known financial market story in recent memory, the January 2021 GameStop short squeeze. So for those who aren't aware, GameStop is a physical retail chain. They also own EB Games, by the way, that sells video games, consoles, and accessories to the general public. Now, you may be able to see why during the pandemic, this business model is not ideal. And they've also been suffering for a couple of years because of the increasing digitization of their products, namely video games. So they were struggling, but as mentioned, there were investors who saw both sides of the coin. So there were some individual investors like Keith Gill and institutional ones like Michael Burry who saw fundamental value in the company, whereas there were a lot of funds and others who did not see that value and were betting against the GameStop stock, which with what are called short positions. So say I'm a hedge fund and I want to short a stock, just to explain shorting really quickly. I will find someone who owns the stock and I will borrow it from them. Then I'll sell it into the market at whatever the current price is. So say it's $100. Then hopefully for me, if I'm shorting, the price drops. And if it does, I'll buy it back for that lower price, say it's $90. Then I'll return it to the original holder and keep that extra $10 to myself, and I've made a profit. There is a little bit of interest, other fees involved, but this is the general idea. Now, these funds and others were so massively short GameStop that approximately 140% of the public float was shorted. What this means is that some shares were borrowed and then sold into the market more than once, leading to this number being over 140% or over 100%. This was the highest short interest of any stock in the market, which made it a prime target for a short squeeze. So this is where investors, in this case, they were mostly individuals organized online, drive up the price of a stock to very high levels to squeeze out these short sellers and make them buy back the stock at very high prices where they will sustain significant losses. And the reason for this particular one is that many investors, individuals as mentioned online, felt that these funds were wronging a company they felt, proud to be a customer of. And they also wanted to get back at these funds and other institutions for what they saw as chronic mismanagement, especially coming out of the 2008 financial crisis. And as you may have seen, this short squeeze was hugely successful. GameStop was trading between $15 and $21 for all of December 2020, whereas in January of 2021, it hit an all-time high close of $347.51 on January 27th, over 1,600% greater than the close just a month earlier of $20.99 on December 28th. Now, this is quite conveniently where blockchain comes in, because if a blockchain was in place during this event, transparency would have been greatly increased. And this is the first big benefit of a blockchain in the stock market. It would have been very easy to come to conclusions about positions that investors had in the market, especially when it came to short positions, and especially when over 100% of the public float was shorted, which in my opinion should be illegal. Personally, I believe that shorting is a valid market function for sure. Companies engaged in fraud, gross mismanagement, or no planning for a sustainable future certainly deserve to have investors betting against them, but never at the rate seen with GameStop. Blockchain would have also allowed investors access to all of the data they need to make much better decisions with their money, and this would have left less investors holding the bag, so to speak, after the price began to fall after the initial positive short squeeze price action. Moving on, further benefits of blockchain include tampering resistance due to the number of copies being maintained by all the users connected to the blockchain's network, as well as immediate disclosure of positions. The blockchain is updated simultaneously, which means everyone would get all of the information about new positions in the market immediately, and the positions wouldn't be disclosed at a time a government, a company, or a regulatory body chooses. This simultaneous updating of the blockchain would also eliminate macro delay disparity. Currently, if you're a casual investor following along from home, depending on the exchange, your stock quote data, which includes prices, may be delayed up to 15 or 20 minutes, which is a huge disadvantage if you're trying to trade stocks in real time. Now, here are a couple of really great quotes regarding blockchain from some investment personalities I really respect. Chamath Palihapitiya, the CEO of Social Capital, says, quote, "You do eliminate an enormous amount of inequality in the system because you can actually get real transparent pricing," unquote. And David Sachs, the CEO of Craft Ventures, says, quote, "Every type of possession that relies on title should eventually be blockchained," unquote. Now, this includes everything from stocks to intellectual property to land titles, as a matter of fact. The key takeaway here is that blockchain is a fundamental equalizer with wide use cases. Access to information is completely democratized and disadvantages are eliminated as a result. Now, don't get me wrong, blockchain is certainly not a be-all end-all solution to the problems that exist in today's world, including within finance. There would be tremendous hurdles to getting anything remotely similar to a blockchain implemented within the stock market, with international cooperation, regulation from domestic governments, as well as adoption by the end users actually maintaining the blockchain. These would be some of the greatest challenges ever seen in reforming the financial sector. Just as an example, as of today, May 13th, 2021, All cryptocurrencies have a combined market cap of 2.28 trillion US dollars, whereas the New York Stock Exchange trades companies worth a combined 22.9 trillion, over 10 times greater. But with record numbers of individuals participating in the market, as you can see here, 19.5% of US equity trading volume was by individuals in the US in 2020. This has been a huge gain, and as well, the importance of said market to our everyday lives. I believe we need to keep the system running at its best, which in my opinion is one that encourages inclusion, transparency, and true investing in companies to create in our world. That's the market I want to enter. The publicly traded corporation is a more important entity than ever, especially when it comes to pressing global issues such as the pandemic, green energy and climate change, biomanufacturing, and the future of our world. Everyone, not just rich investors in their glass towers, should be able to back companies they believe in and invest in their own future and the future of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle, for that absolutely incredible speech. I know I learned so much just in that short amount of time, and we really hope that all of you did as well. Next, we will have Alicia Mohanty, who will be presenting on how to avoid overplanning and excessive stress when organizing. She will also discuss how to ensure that your plans are ones that help and not hurt you to promote and maximize your achievement. Take it away, Alicia.
I can describe your past year in one sentence. Actually, no. I can describe your entire life in one sentence. It didn't go as planned, and that's okay. It would be nice if life was like a bus ride. You board the bus, you choose where you want to get off, and you hop off at your destination. It's fair, simple, and straightforward. But as we know, life is not like a bus ride. It's more like a sailboat. You hop on, you have a particular destination in mind, but the waters take you somewhere else. There's rocky seas, followed by calm seas, followed by crashing waves, strong winds, dark nights, some more peaceful waters, and some more heavy storms. Maybe you're lucky enough to run into another sailboat. Perhaps they have some extra food to offer you, or they don't have any and you have to share your limited supply. Who knows? Is it really something that we can foresee? We often hear about the importance of planning and preparing. Planning an essay's rough draft, planning a group project, preparing for an interview, preparing for college. These are all strategies put in place to help us achieve our goals. That's the purpose of a plan. So when we make plans, there are four main questions that we must ask ourselves. First, who am I? Second, where do I want to go? Third, how do I get there? And fourth, how will I know once I've gotten there? The first question asks us who we are. It questions our values, beliefs, skills, and self-concept. Nowadays, there's a lot of criticism, expectations, and in consequence, low self-esteem among youth. We hear young people all the time talking about how they're not achieving enough in classes or how they're not well-rounded enough for colleges. At the beginning of April of this year, I conducted a mental health questionnaire for youth, which surveyed 114 high school students from the GTA. One of the questions asked them how afraid they were of doing poorly in their courses at school, with the possible answers being not afraid, slightly afraid, moderately afraid, very afraid, and terrified. The most common response I received was terrified, consisting of 42.1% of respondents. So what do people generally do when they're terrified of something? They run away. They avoid it at all costs, and in some cases, they may overplan to compensate for their fear of failure, their fear of making mistakes, and their fear of imperfection. Perfectionism, guilt, and worry are the main driving factors that contribute to overplanning tendencies. Unfortunately, in life, things don't always go according to plan, no matter how hard you try. In a world full of worry, uncertainty, and fear, overplanning is often a tool used to give people a false sense of control. It can give a person the impression that they are prepared for anything, when in reality, the person lacks flexibility. Now, in your journey, whatever that means to you, you will encounter resistance from factors that you cannot control or account for. That's why flexibility is so important. It lets you move both back and forth from your plans while still making progress in the right direction, which is actually quite similar to sailing. When you're sailing against the wind and there is wind resistance, you have to move your boat back and forth in order to capture the wind pushing against you as you sail. What's interesting is if you capture the wind just right and you set your sail just right, your sailboat will actually sail faster than the wind itself. It's a physics phenomenon. So by leaving that wiggle room for resilience and adaptability, it's actually going to increase your chances of success. But how do you know if you're overplanning? What draws the line between a healthy and a toxic habit? When done right, daily and weekly planning rituals can allow us to complete our tasks and experience life with grace. Healthy planning includes creating broad goals that reflect our wants and needs with a loose plan to action. Overplanning, on the other hand, comes from a place of anxiety and worry. Overplanning activities can turn us into anxious, stressed out people who feel as if we could have done better if we hadn't planned anything at all in the first place. It kills the magic and creativity within us, like overwatering a plant. So what kind of people tend to overplan generally? Young people, those with their whole lives still ahead of them. High school students are particularly vulnerable to the trap of overplanning. In high school, kids have to start thinking about what career they want to pursue and the educational requirements for their desired career path. They have to deal with increased academic demands with every year of high school, social pressures, and increased responsibilities. Many high-achieving students may also face overwhelming pressure to succeed, often requiring nearly perfect grades. With all of these expectations, it's no surprise that many students have begun to run out of steam. Anxiety, the mental health storm of our generation, has caught up with so many of us. In the 2018 Pew survey, which surveyed American teenagers, academic pressure topped their list of stressors. 61% said they face a lot of pressure to get good grades, while 7 in 10 teens see them as major problems among their peers. With all of the anxiety-inducing variables of high school, many try to gain control over as much as possible, even the uncontrollable. This can be overwhelming, but above that, it ignores reality. It ignores the fact that we're human and we can't prevent all of our future mistakes as much as we may try. It ignores the uncertainty of our environment. It ignores the fact that the people in our lives are human too, and they make their own choices. Not only all of that, but is overplanning a good use of time? Overplanning can further heighten worry and anxiety. Worry and anxiety can lead to overplanning. It's a cycle that will not end unless you do something about it. So why do we overplan? Rather than a failure to choose the right goals, it has more to do with how a goal singles out a specific aspect of life and attempts to separate it from the fixed interrelation of everything. This triggers many unintended consequences, the same as how altering one variable in a complex system is bound to affect a number of other variables, the complex system perhaps being our day, and the single variable being our goal to study for a certain amount of time. In this example, a variety of factors are not taken into account, such as our health, breaks, and our other commitments. When these are not accounted for, since we're so fixed on our goal, we may experience disappointment at the end of the day after not achieving the desired goal. Hence, our conventional methods to success tend to backfire as our very efforts are what push us farther away from them. So how do we escape this pattern? The first step to stop overplanning is to come to terms with the fact that you can't control everything in life. Yes, planning can be an asset. I'm a Girl Guide. Our motto is be prepared. But if planning is an all-consuming endeavor and it's negatively influencing other factors of your life, it may be time to reassess. Pay attention to how you spend your time. How many hours a week do you spend planning? What is the ratio of time you spend planning to time you spend working? Gradually try cutting those down. I'm sure many of you have heard of SMART goals, and in case you haven't, SMART is a mnemonic acronym which states the criteria for goal setting. It states that goals should be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-specific. When it comes to creating an appropriate plan of action to attain SMART goals, there is an acronym I came up with that helps create efficient plans called EFFICIENT. The E asks us to establish standards. When making standards, consistency is key. Lay out the rules, time frame, materials, and any other factors and limitations involved. It's important to have a specific benchmark indicating the minimum standards for the final product or level of achievement to diligently manage your time. Of course, this will vary depending on the task and the demands of your other responsibilities. Next is the first F, which stands for flexible. A great way to visualize this is as a roadmap. The goal of your planning is to give yourself a sense of direction and a general overview of the potential paths you could take. Even when you find yourself taking a detour, you still have a plan to return to. As I go about my day, I constantly check my daily plan, asking myself, based on how long the last activity just took, what's most important now? And you can do the same. Go over your priorities during the day, and if necessary, move around items on your calendar or renumber your to-do list to figure out what to do next. The second F is for feasible. Your plan needs to be realistic and achievable. By expecting the unexpected to happen, you have the ability to respond without experiencing massive stress. The I stands for intentions. Most people don't want to board a plane without knowing the destination, especially when there is an important place they need to be. Similarly, there needs to be an intended objective or destination in advance to planning. Once that's set, you can create a plan that illustrates the steps that need to be taken in order to achieve the goal. In a heavy storm, a pilot may be forced to adjust their path or in certain cases land, but just the fact that they had an intended destination in mind greatly differs from a situation in which they did not. The C stands for clarity. Plans that are made for personal reasons should stick to the point, align with your values and objectives, and use simple language. The I stands for individual. Planning structures vary depending on the task, environment, and personal style. Feel free to customize them to fit your needs while still keeping the acronym in mind. Next is E, which stands for economical. This is not only relevant if money is a factor, but it also includes other quantitative components such as any time frames or people involved. It's also important that your budget is considered in your plan, which is why it's often helpful to list it in the plan itself. The N stands for natural strengths and weaknesses, which should be recognized. Depending on the type of plan, consider catering to your strengths by including steps that are relevant to your objective, yes, but also use some of your strongest skills. For example, if you have strong filmmaking and editing skills, consider making a short video as part of your school science project to demonstrate creativity. Finally, we have T, which states that goals should be timely. Don't waste time obsessing over creating the perfect plan. The goal of planning is to find enough clarity regarding the upcoming events to know where to focus your attention. I recommend setting a time limit on the time you invest in planning. But this looks different for everyone. Some may plan for 15 minutes, tops, every day, while others may take an additional hour every week for weekly planning. The point is that you're monitoring your behavior so that A, planning doesn't rob you from time you could be spending working towards your goals, and B, you're not creating an unnecessary worry for yourself. Worry is like a weed that stems from our imagination. It's so strong that it steals resources from all other parts of our imagination, the magic within us. Don't let it control you. Take action. But if you only take one thing from this presentation, let it be these 4 rules to planning. Number 1, make the plan using the EFFICIENT acronym. Number 2, execute the plan. Number 3, expect the plan to go off the rails because it almost always does. And number 4, trust in your ability to achieve the objective anyway, since there's always more than one path that leads to the same destination. Rather than one giant step, take little steps, and soon you will reach the top of the staircase. Achievement is not about perfection, it's about persistence. Let's remove the imposed toxicity in our lives to execute everything perfectly, because not only is that impossible, it gives us a false impression of who we are. And we are so much more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alicia, for that amazing speech. I know I personally have a huge issue when it comes to over planning, and I think your speech is really going to help me with that. We are now going to be going on our lunch break, so feel free to go and get some food. And we will be now back at 1:30 to continue with our last 3 speeches.
All right, welcome back everyone from our lunch break. I hope that you have been enjoying the conference thus far. We have 3 more presentations before the end ceremonies, and I believe that we have some great things still in store for you. So without further ado, we're moving on to that final section of our conference today.
Let me introduce Ethan Chang. In his speech, Ethan will be explaining the Janicki Omni Processor, the incredible innovative technology that harnesses the power of feces to combat issues of the clean water crisis, lack of electrical power in remote areas, sanitation, and more.
Two years ago, my classmates and I were tasked with creating a futuristic city that integrated new and sustainable ways of living. After arduous hours of research, I came across a machine that could be used to solve my city's energy, water, and sanitation problems, the Janicki Omni Processor. So when I discovered that this year's TEDx talk had the theme of solutions made for the 21st century, I knew exactly what innovative technology I would be talking about. Currently, one of the only ways we exploit feces is anaerobic digestion, a process through which bacteria breaks down excrements without oxygen and turns it into biogas. However, feces have so much more power than we can even imagine. It has the ability to be turned into clean drinking water and electric power. All of this is made possible by the Janicki Omni Processor, an admittedly lame name for a world-changing machine. This technology can be deployed around the world to tackle major obstacles faced by those in poverty, such as lack of clean water, sanitation, by turning feces into potable drinking water and electric power. The Janicki Omni Processor is on its way to revolutionizing the waste processing industry because of its unique and efficient way of combining 3 processes: solid fuel combustion, steam power generation, and water treatments. Today, I'll be talking about the most relevant problems that exist in the world in regards to sanitation, how the technology works, and the benefits of the Janicki Omni Processor. First of all, new and innovative technologies wouldn't be invented without a need or a problem. So let's put into perspective how the effects of improper sanitation harm our world. Living in Canada, most of us have access to toilets or proper sanitation systems. However, we often forget about developing countries which may not have the proper infrastructure to deal with feces or human waste. According to Duncan Mara, today, 2.6 billion people in the world lack adequate sanitation in their regional infrastructure. That is 40% of the global population. Clean water, basic toilets, black water disposal. These are all necessities that we in developing countries take for granted, but aren't available in many nations. In those states, sewage is commonly stored in pits near population centers. According to BMC Health, 892 million of the total world's population is still practicing open defecation. A UNICEF report in 2009 demonstrates that 1.5 million children die each year from contaminated food and water. And in developing countries, half of all patients in hospitals are there because of problems relating to water and sanitation. Poor sanitation is often linked to the transmission of diseases, such as cholera, diarrhea, typhoid, and polio. The solution to prevent the spread of diseases is quite simple. Prevent food and water from being contaminated in the first place. This means disposing of feces in a controlled manner that does not touch public resources in the process. What's more, these sanitation-related problems put an economic strain on these countries. According to a research paper by Ming and Nguyen Viet in 2011, improper sanitation has caused India considerable economic losses, equivalent to 6.4% of India's GDP, or $54 billion. Now that we examine the pressing matters of improper sanitation that plagues our world, we must all be dying to understand how the technology works. To put it simply, the Janicki Omni Processor combines 3 steps: solid fuel combustion, steam power generation, and water treatment. It all begins with solid fuel combustion. Feces, biosolids, or other wet waste enter a dryer where it's heated and the moisture is evaporated. The dried solid waste becomes a fuel that proceeds to a fire where it is burned in a controlled fashion, reducing the solids to a dry ash. Next, to improve the process efficiency, the Janicki Omni processor then combines steam power generation in the mix. The dried solid waste from before is burned to create heat. Steam from that is fed to a steam engine, which runs a generator to produce electricity. This electricity can not only power the whole machine, but also produces surplus electricity that can be sold or reused for other purposes. The exhaust or waste heat from the engine travels back to the dryer where it provides the energy required for drying the incoming wet waste. At that point, it is condensed back to water and pumped back to the boiler to repeat the cycle. These two processes together provide a self-sustaining solution. However, the Janicki Omni processor still has much more to offer. The third process is water treatment, which completes the cycle. Moisture that is leaving the dryer from the wet waste stream is in the form of steam. This steam goes through a series of filters and then is condensed, distilling the water. If desired, it can be treated all the way to clean drinking water standards or repurposed for other applications. So what benefits does the Janicki Omni processor bring? It is designed for use in developing countries where improper sanitation is a major health risk and clean water and electricity may be limited. Using the sewage, it can generate 250 kilowatts of electricity and 13,000 gallons of water from about 50 tons of wet waste per day. That's like powering 2,500 light bulbs and providing 3,000 humans with clean drinking water. Each plant can process the sewage of a community of about 100,000 people. It is a self-sufficient machine made for the 21st century. Furthermore, we already see the project working in the world. In 2015, Janicki launched the Omni processor's first program in Senegal. In a country where more than 2 million people openly defecate and more than 3,000 deaths each year are related to water and sanitation, the project was extremely vital. This piece of equipment is being planned to be used in India and Africa. The impact on developing countries is tremendous, but it also may transform how developed countries handle their waste. This technology can be used in our communities here in Canada to efficiently generate electricity and water for the growing population. Living in Canada, most of us have access to clean drinking water every day, which makes it hard sometimes to understand the scarcity of water in less privileged areas like Indigenous reserves. Although we live in developed countries and our sanitation systems are relatively advanced, it doesn't mean we can't change to a far more resourceful and functional system. Let's take a look at the comparative between this machine and traditional sewer treatments. Currently, feces have to travel long distances to waste treatment facilities, and it can't generate any resources because it is an unadaptable system that only treats the fecal matter. On the other hand, with the Omni processor, it is a practical and cost-effective solution to treat industrial wastes that are often stored in places that are long distances to treatment facilities. It reduces water use and contamination from traditional sewer treatments. It lowers capital costs, making it far more affordable and sustainable technology. It eliminates environmental impact and cost of transporting feces long distances for disposal. Furthermore, this equipment is also extremely versatile. Because it is decentralized, it has opened up the opportunity for a lot of other industries, such as agriculture, food processing, pulp and paper, animal byproducts, and even chemical processing. In the upcoming years and decades, we will need technologies like the Janicki Omni processor to sustain our daily lives. As climate change activist Greta Thunberg said, we can't save the world by playing by the rules because the rules have to be changed. Everything needs to change and it has to start today. Poor sanitation and a lack of electricity and clean drinking water will continue to wreak its havoc on human life. The Janicki Omni processor is a solution made for the 21st century because of its ability to convert human waste into metaphorical gold for communities in the developing world by utilizing three principles: solid fuel combustion, steam power generation, and water treatments. Both developed and developing countries have the ability to revolutionize their waste management and sanitation systems while keeping up with ever-increasing resource demands. As the world becomes increasingly hard to live in, we need to continue innovating. Our freshwater sources are running out, and the demand for electricity is ever increasing. It just might turn out that poo, of all things, is the key to saving our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan, for that wonderful presentation. I would now like to introduce Victoria Dimitrijic. Throughout her talk, Victoria will be speaking about how brain-computer interfaces have the power to disrupt the future of healthcare, commercial work, and our entire living. Please welcome her now.
Two million years ago, we looked just a bit different. We weren't Homo sapiens, we were Homo erectus. Fast forward 1.7 million years, or about 300,000 years ago, and we evolve. We called ourselves Homo neanderthals. And here we are now, Homo sapiens, appearing quite recently. Despite the diversity within our own Homo sapiens species, have you ever wondered why we don't have these other human species? Why are all the previous guys gone? And how is it that we, with our gene pool, survived? If you listen to most scientists, Homo sapiens first appeared on Earth around 140,000 years ago. We weren't the biggest brained, strongest, or naturally more advantageous species for the conditions at the time. At first glance, we seemed to be at a major disadvantage, but we had three key things going for us that separated us from everyone else: our natural sense of curiosity, our collaborative nature, and language. Language enabled us to communicate 10,000 times faster than any other species on Earth, improving our collaboration. Combined with curiosity, we were able to exponentially accelerate our development. We discovered how to make fire, and then the wheel came along, and then machinery and electricity. I think you get the idea. The trend continues. With each discovery, we were able to speed up our progression more and more. All of these were significant, but the one invention that really skyrocketed our progression was the computer. Almost everything we do today is driven by these devices. The craziest thing about this is that the computer has just triggered the beginning of extreme innovation, taking us from point zero to where we are now. We are at a wall, and soon a product or innovation is going to come out that will be the next computer, breaking the barrier and sending us towards the direction of the technological singularity and towards becoming super-powered human beings. But what is this innovation? Before I reveal the name, I want to tell you the story of a man that we'll call Tom. In 2019, Tom survived a tragic accident that left him paralyzed from the waist down. The boy that was once on his way to becoming a potential track star or athlete now lives his life in pain, with little help from medical professionals. Paralyzation and amputation is an unfortunate reality for so many people every year. Both Tom and many others will never get to use their full physical capabilities unless something radical is done to fix this. Our health is the backbone of what makes us, us. But we aren't perfect creatures, and as demonstrated with Tom, not everyone gets to live their perfect, healthy, best life. But what if there was a way to give back sight to the blind, hearing to the deaf, and movement to the paralyzed? Let's take a look at our brains. As an example, for most people, moving doesn't really require any effort. When you go to pick something up, your brain takes care of all the details. All the work is handed off to the neurons, which transmit nerve impulses. Your brain knows just where these signals need to be sent. However, when someone loses a limb through paralysis or amputation, the pathways these signals move through become lost. The electrical impulses are blocked from reaching their final destination. What if there was a way to fix this? Let's take a look at another issue. What about sleep? There are millions out there who suffer from sleep problems, myself included. What if there was a way to tamper with our brainwaves so that we could fall asleep quicker and with more quality? Let's look at another issue. What about epilepsy? What if there was a way to stimulate certain brainwaves so that we could help mitigate seizures? This is where our next computer comes in. Brain-computer interfaces, or BCIs, can be used to create new pathways for the impulses and make those aforementioned factors feasible. But let's take a step back. That's a big word. What is a BCI? So in a nutshell, we're trying to connect mind to machine. The intention is to combine technologies like electrodes with external computing devices to obtain some sort of desired output, such as an action. Electrodes can be placed on close proximity or onto the gray matter of the brain, creating a new neural network for the chemical and electrical signals our neurons communicate with to follow. These signals could be measured and modified with the help of the computer, which would read the data and perform the task we desired. Of course, this technology is still extremely new, and there are likely to be other methods that could potentially achieve the same goal, such as implants or something like Neuralace, which is a mesh made up of a collection of electrodes that are rolled up and inserted into the skull using a needle, which then later unravel and span onto the brain. But why'd I tell you that whole story about Tom then? Well, if we could connect a prosthetic to a brain-computer interface, it could be possible to move a prosthetic limb by just thinking about it. Crazy. And this isn't 5,000 years away either. In fact, this technology is already being used. Johnny Matney lost his arm to cancer in 2008, and by using a DARPA-funded Bluetooth-based prosthetic, he's able to move his arm by just thinking about it. He's able to hold his wife's hand. Like, he's literally freaking able to do that. That's crazy. And if this tech can do this, then what else can it do? There are so many possibilities. What if we were able to place microelectrodes along optic nerves and use bionic eyes and cameras to replicate vision for the blind or impaired? Or use EEG headsets and eventually implants to control brainwaves, helping deal with issues like muscular dystrophy. Those are just some medical innovations that this technology has the potential to unlock. But going even further and looking at the more casual sci-fi-esque side of things, once this tech advances enough, it's possible that we could turn on the lights in our house or homes by just thinking about them, kind of like a Brain X smart home interface. The one thing that we must recognize is that BCIs are a very new innovation and need a lot of work. If done correctly, they are likely to disrupt the future as we know it. However, as with any technology, there are a lot of ethical issues that come alongside their production. Is it ethical to play God and try to turn ourselves into these superpowered human beings? By investing into these technologies, we are modifying who we fundamentally are as human beings. We're merging our minds with machine and merging with biotechnology. When you look at the benefits, it makes sense to pursue BCIs. For example, although things like disease and disabilities are natural, they do not impact everyone in the same way, and it's not fair. People's lives, as with Tom's earlier, are made fundamentally more difficult because of a factor they can often not control. Why wouldn't we want to fix and improve the lives of these people, or even just improve the quality of our own lives? The thing is, once we enable brain-computer interfaces for disease, then eventually we'll start implementing it for other less essential things. It might become the expected norm for everyone to have one of these devices, creating exclusion for people who actively choose not to use them, or for those who cannot afford them, raising concerns about equitability. What about the privacy issues that come alongside the development of brain-computer interfaces? If our minds are able to connect to cloud-based systems, then what happens if that information becomes leaked or public? What if it's sold? Would we feel comfortable having that information out there? What about our autonomy? These devices could progress to the point where they could be making decisions for us. Although it would likely be for something harmless, such as monitoring glucose levels and automatically inserting insulin into the bloodstream of people with diabetes, we must ask, would those people remain self-governing? Would we eventually get to a point where none or very few of the decisions we make are actually actively chosen by us? It also has the potential to go seriously wrong. People with mood disorders could implement a BCI in order to help monitor and regulate their emotions. However, if the system malfunctions or something happens, this could lead to them not being able to experience any negative emotion at all, even at times where something like sadness might be considered necessary, such as a funeral. Is this right for us to pursue? But it can get worse than just losing your emotion. What if these implants are broken into or accessed by hackers or people with malicious intent? What happens to you as a conscious being? Yes, there are benefits to this tech, like giving back abilities like movement, but we could also take that away. As the tech advances, the wrong people could eliminate your ability to move, your ability to be happy, your ability to sleep, and your ability to do virtually anything. Tampering with your mind could be detrimental to you as a human being. You could be a slave to these people, and by that point, it's out of your control and you can't even help yourself. So, of course, right now, this is all speculation and it's a bit extreme. The technology is new, and there's a chance that these issues won't even ever come up. However, these arguments, even if they seem far-fetched, are things we have to consider and look into in order to ensure that these devices, when created, are handled with the proper care and regulations. As we've seen with technology in the past, if we do not adapt to match its progression and integrate it into our lives under our own terms, it often outruns us anyways and leaves us behind. Brain-computer interfaces have the potential to be more superpowered than the computer. This may be the device we need to send us towards the technological singularity and completely change who we are as human beings. This is the tool that could send us to the next revolution. The only question being, should we let it? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victoria, for such an interesting talk. Last but not least, we would like to bring in Krish Joshi. After completing in-lab research of his own, Krish will be talking about his findings. He will bring his findings to the stage as he discusses how grape seeds might hold the key to tackling antibiotic resistance.
Let me introduce to you an individual we'll call Patient X, a pseudonym for privacy purposes. A high school senior at the top of their class with a promising future ahead of them, they were diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. They underwent treatment for months. Fortunately, after 4 rounds of chemotherapy, they went into remission and finished their senior year, getting to attend their prom and their graduation. Unfortunately, that following summer, they went into relapse. The cancer had come back, but it wasn't what killed them. After leaving the ICU where they were being treated, patient X contracted a bacterial infection from Pseudomonas aeruginosa, a multi-drug resistant bacteria found in hospitals. It causes a variety of infections and can even lead to septic shock. Research has indicated that the mortality rate for patients with Pseudomonas aeruginosa infections is approximately 50% and accounts for around 10% of all hospital-acquired infections, or HAIs, according to the American Society for Microbiology. Pseudomonas aeruginosa also infects medical equipment, including implanted devices, another risk for disease transmission. In patient X's case, the infection was under their arm, and in the scenario that it spread to their bloodstream, doctors kept colistin as a last resort, a powerful antibiotic that can cause serious harm to the kidneys. As the infection got even worse, doctors decided to give patient X the antibiotic, but it didn't work. The infection first spread to their lungs and then their bloodstream, causing them to go into septic shock. It was fatal. Patient X passed away 1 year after their initial diagnosis with AML, but not because of their cancer. Patient X's story is both heartbreaking and atrocious. Often, what is meant to be a simple, brief visit to the hospital turns into a fight for survival. This is the story of millions of people from around the world who've suffered and died at the hands of a global epidemic, and what is quite frankly a threat against humanity. Antibiotic resistance. Antibiotic resistance has undoubtedly become one of the most pressing challenges of our time. It occurs when microorganisms evolve to survive the effects of antibiotics. Resistance to antimicrobials, compounds that kill microorganisms, is actually an evolutionary trait designed by nature. But despite being a natural process, human factors, including poor sanitation practices, the overprescription and overuse of antibiotics, and inadequate infection control all accelerate the process. And we haven't done enough to limit our influence on resistance. Shortly after receiving the Nobel Prize in 1945 for his discovery of penicillin, Alexander Fleming, the father of antibiotics himself, warned us in an interview that misusing antibiotics can cause resistance, but clearly we didn't listen. People of all ages are at risk for antibiotic-resistant infections. Hospitals are especially vulnerable, inhabited with both susceptible patients and a variety of pathogens. Not only are patients with already poor immune systems at risk, but so are the countless implanted medical devices whose surfaces can serve as a breeding ground for these pathogens. In fact, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, these HAIs are responsible for up to 1.7 million infections and over 100,000 deaths annually in the United States. So it's crucial that we find an effective treatment for this crisis before more lives are lost. But if powerful antibiotics aren't doing the trick, then what will? One way we can tackle antibiotic resistance is through bacteriophage therapy. A bacteriophage is a virus that infects bacteria. So how exactly do they work? Bacteriophages follow two different life cycles or methods of infection, known as the lytic and lysogenic cycle. The general steps of the two life cycles go as follows. They begin by attaching to the bacterial cell, where their genetic information in the form of DNA is injected into the cell. This phage DNA then replicates within the bacterial cell, where new phages are assembled. These new bacteriophages then express genes that damage the bacterial membrane and cell wall, causing the cell to eventually burst or lyse. These new phages are then released to infect more bacterial cells. We've actually known about bacteriophages for over 100 years. They were discovered separately by Frederick Twort and Felix Durrell in 1915 and 1917, respectively, and they were actually used by the Soviet Union as an antibacterial. However, after the discovery of penicillin and the development of more antibiotics, bacteriophages were found to be difficult to produce, store, and prescribe in comparison. In addition, our understanding of viruses at the time was quite limited, so it made more sense to use antibiotics. However, the increasing urgency of today's antibiotic resistance crisis has rekindled an interest in these viruses. We're starting to see the benefits of phages as compared to antibiotics. For example, phages are targeted or host-specific, meaning that they will only kill certain type of bacteria. This characteristic could be put to great use. As in humans, we can use phages that will only kill infectious resistant microbes, leaving alone bacteria that are actually beneficial to us, like the diverse array of beneficial microbes in our gut. This is highly advantageous compared to antibiotics, which can destroy our body's natural microorganisms that keep us healthy. Aside from being targeted, bacteriophages are also ubiquitous. They're one of the most common biological entities on the planet and are found in a variety of natural environments, including soil, sewage, and water. And due to their rapid replication, significantly fewer dosages of phages would be needed as compared to the relatively numerous dosages often required of antibiotics to treat an infection. So upon learning about these viruses, I became quite intrigued by the idea of bacteriophages, and I wanted to see for myself the effect these viruses had on antibiotic-resistant bacteria. But in order to do this, I knew that I would need to work in a research lab where I'd have resources readily available to me to conduct experiments. So I sent an email to a few professors and explained my growing interest in bacteriophages, and I soon got a placement at a lab that worked with them. Now, fast forward to when I started working in the lab, I did some preliminary experiments with phage and resistant strains of bacteria. I found that the bacteriophages weren't so effective against the bacteria, and this was because of the biofilms that they had formed. Biofilms are surface-associated communities of microorganisms that are embedded in an extracellular polymeric matrix, or EPS for short, which essentially means a slimy layer that is fortified with DNA, lipids, and complex sugars, with dental plaque being a common example of a biofilm. This matrix prevents materials, including antibiotics, from passing through and infiltrating the bacterial cells protected inside, contributing to the overall resistance of the bacteria. In fact, biofilms can increase the overall resistance of a bacterium by 1,000-fold compared to its planktonic or non-biofilm counterpart. I realized then that the problem of antibiotic resistance requires some sort of multi-pronged approach. What if there was something that could weaken the biofilm, something that could be used in combination with the phage and allow it to get through into the cell and kill it? My mind went back to a few years prior when I did a science fair project on the effect of various plants used in traditional medicines on different types of food spoilage bacteria. I started to think, do these plants have a role to play in breaking these biofilms? The answer is yes. Since traditional medicines in many cultures around the world uses plant-derived antimicrobials, they can be used in combination with phage therapy to tackle the biofilms, both chemically and biologically. Plants produce secondary metabolites, small organic molecules that are not essential for their growth, development, and reproduction, including phenolics and essential oils. Secondary metabolites often deal with things like wound response and other biological threats, including microbes. In fact, many secondary metabolites have been shown to be effective against different types of drug-resistant bacteria. But more specifically, grapeseed phenolics have tremendous promise to be used in combination with bacteriophages, as they've been shown to have cell membrane disruption capabilities. But why is this important? Well, cell membranes and biofilms are similar in the sense that they're both barriers that envelop the cell, and they control the flow of materials inside of the cell. So with these similarities, I thought that there may be a possibility that these grapeseed phenolics can have the same disruptive effect on biofilms as they do with cell membranes. More importantly, it could potentially weaken the biofilm and make it easier for bacteriophages to infect and lyse the cell, effectively eliminating the bacteria. Having all of the resources in front of me at the lab to do some hands-on research, I decided to investigate this concept further with antibiotic-resistant bacteria. I decided to use Pseudomonas aeruginosa, the multi-drug-resistant bacteria mentioned earlier. I started to incorporate grapeseed phenolics with bacteriophages, testing a variety of concentrations to determine the optimal mixture with the best effect on these Pseudomonas biofilms, using new research techniques I learned earlier. Biofilms were first grown in microplates, where I would then add these various mixtures of phage and grapeseed phenolics. After, the microplate would be placed in a microplate reader, which would then measure the absorbance of the biofilm by determining its optical density. The lower the optical density, the greater effectiveness of the treatment. The experiments ended up being successful. Multiple concentrations of the bacteriophage and grapeseed phenolic mixture showed high effectiveness against the Pseudomonas biofilms. And this was wonderful news. But these experiments were just a small start that required deeper investigation. And that's the nature of scientific inquiry. You start with an idea, you test it, and if it shows promise, you explore it further. In my case, through more testing and modifications, this combination of phages and grapeseed phenolics could be promising as a potential treatment for resistant Pseudomonas infections, including those in hospitals. And this is really exciting. But aside from thinking about the potential scientific applications of the research, it's crucial that we as researchers acknowledge the personal ones too. When I was working in the lab, I was very immersed in my experiments to the point where I often didn't consider the purpose of the work that I was doing. This suddenly changed one day when I was exhibiting my project at a public event that was promoting science fairs. At the end of the night, as I was packing up, a lady approached me asking me to explain my project, so I gave her a brief overview. She seemed quite knowledgeable on the topic, so I asked whether she'd worked in a related field. Her answer was completely unexpected. She said, "Actually, my sister died last month from a resistant infection." Throughout my experiment, I'd read lots of numbers about deaths caused by superbugs. But when this lady told me her story, these victims became so much more than just a statistic. They became a human being. As we've been talking about hospital-acquired infections and resistant bacterial strains, I'd like to highlight that this is an ongoing problem. As we find the cure to one resistant bacterial species, another gains resistance, keeping us on our toes and searching for the next solution. But that's the nature of science and discovery. When a problem arises, we find a solution. And I think that seeking solutions to global issues has become much easier and more accessible for everyone. In all of our pockets these days, there are new worlds of research just waiting to be easily discovered. Just do a search for something that interests you, something you think that could make a positive impact, whether that's on one person or the whole world, because you have no idea what it could lead to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Krish, for a really interesting talk. We are now going to go into one final break to give our judging panel some time to go over the contestants, and then we will come back at 2:25 to announce the winners of the scholarships.
We would now like to announce our winners for this year's conference competition, as chosen by the Optimist Club, our third-party judging panel. Our third place scholarship is $200, our second place winner will receive $300, and our first place speaker will receive $400 for their amazing talks. Now, without further ado, let us please announce the winners.
While all the speakers this year were incredibly talented and we were blown away by every single one of your speeches, the Optimist Club has chosen 3 individuals to receive our scholarship. For our third place scholarship, this individual dealt with a very pertinent topic. He spoke in a calm and clear manner, and his personality came through. It was interesting to see him put on the glasses when he read someone else's quote. This brought him to life, so to speak. He raised ethical questions about promoting profits over safety concern, and we wish him well as he pursues his interest in aviation safety. Our third place scholarship winner is Alec. Great job, Alec.
Our second place speaker had a very compelling presentation. She speaks from her heart about her topic, which is very meaningful to her, as she relates to her mother's lack of educational opportunities. Her presentation flows well, and for the most part, she sticks to her topic. She uses relevant information to emphasize that girls and women in underprivileged countries are denied access to education and how this affects their lives. She provides us with suggestions as to respond to this difficult issue. Well done, Rufeta. You are our second place winner.
Our first place award winner had a strong introduction to their presentation. It was easy to understand and made great use of their slides. They demonstrated the importance of solving this worldwide problem. Their presentation was well organized and his ideas flowed clearly. They were expressive in their speech and easy to follow and listen to. They brought awareness to an important issue that affects all of us, but especially in underdeveloped countries. They had a strong ending and left us with an importance of clean water and proper sanitation. Congratulations to our first place winner, Ethan Chung. Well done. Thank you to all of our speakers and their inspiring words. We are amazed by each and every one of you. For all 3 of our winners, you will receive your scholarship checks in the coming weeks by mail.
And our People's Choice Award winner will be announced on our Instagram, and the winner of this award will be notified by email. We want to thank you all for coming out and supporting our speakers. Although we weren't able to throw the in-person conference we had planned, we are still thrilled that we have been able to give our speakers a virtual platform. And thank you all for your patience and understanding throughout this process, especially during our little technical glitches.
Before we end off this conference for the day, we would like to remind everyone of our feedback form that are in the description below. All those who provide us an email address will be automatically entered into our draw to win a gift card. We would also like to once again thank the Optimist Club, the Abbey Park staff, and the incredible members of the TedxYouth and AbbeyParkHS team for their time and commitment to making this event a reality.
And thank you all for tuning into this event. We hope that you enjoyed all the fantastic ideas brought up today and are able to reflect on the lessons from these bright young speakers. We hope to see you all next year